Please take your seats and turn off your mobile devices. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats and turn off your mobile devices? Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats and turn off your mobile devices?
President of the Republic of North Macedonia, Mr. Steva Pendarovski, dear ministers, dear ambassadors, your excellencies, dear governor, dear academicians, dear rectors, dear professors and students, dear representatives of the media, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear founder of this university, dear former and Prime Minister Zoran Zaev, and everybody who was not mentioned, welcome to Fon University. On this day, January 24th, we are honoring the International Day of Education, proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly as a day dedicated to education and its significance for the humankind's well-being and sustainable development. Education is a valuable resource for humanity. It is the rightful investment for the future. It has power to change societies. On this occasion, today, we are gathered to honor the education and to exchange knowledge and experience with our distinguished guests, members of the new University Board of Trustees. Dear Fon University, Titanium Capital, John Brademans Foundation have very clear mission and goals. The new Board of Trustees has an enriched component for the university. It is a strong added value for the whole educational process. This will be our first step of the continuing efforts for development and growth. Our aim will be to foster students' mobility, inclusion, and empowerment, those to reduce poverty, and to exchange intercultural understanding and reconciliations. In this context, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Henry Abdo and his amazing innovation spirit and mind. I want to thank for the great support and job he is doing by spending his valuable time and resources by helping education, by helping us. Dr. Abdo is known worldwide as one of the greatest innovative business person and a big humanitarian. I want to thank as well our new emeritus president of Fon University, Professor Dr. Karim Erwaki. His experience and knowledge in education will help to rebrand this university to become one of the best and known universities in the world. This is our goal, right? And in the end, I want to thank to all of my team, all of our team, who worked very hard last 2 weeks to prepare such an excellent event. Dear, let the education revolution begin. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem.
I'm not gonna waste your time repeating. Welcome everyone. Yes, just would like to welcome you all in our country. I would now give the stage to our new President Emeritus to announce the names, please. Because I'm losing my voice.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to receive this nomination and the heavy responsibility that will come with that. It's a great honor to announce a Board of Trustees, the new Board of Trustees of Fon University. The list is too long, but I'm going just to limit to a few names. It gives me great pleasure to announce that Don Federico Mayor Saragossa is part of the Board of Trustees. Nobel laureate Robert Mundell, Professor Edward Nell, Professor Willy Semler, Professor Charles Goodhart, Dr. Henry Abdo, Mr. Del Bosque, our great friend, with a great honor, Madame Najat Valo Belkacem, Professor Akiki, Professor Gan, and several other Nobel laureates. He is not here, but you will have his testimony. The brightest brain of the world, genetician from Switzerland, Werner Arber, Nobel laureate. He's also part of this Board of Trustees, and he also made us a great honor. He gave us his name to build the Werner Arber School of Medicine. Apart, the list, as I said, is too long. It would also give me great pleasure to say that the implementation of this list of the Board of Trustees, in the practicality of it, we are going to create the Bob Mundell lectures, the Edward Nell lectures, the Willy Semler lectures, the Charles Goodhart lectures, also the lectures of Werner Arber, and the lectures of Federico Mayor Saragossa, and of Dr. Henry Abdo, lectures under my name, and this means that we will be very active, that the brightest brain will be coming here 2-3 times a year to show that they are part of Fun University. And the students will have the privilege to listen to them and to take them as an example. I am also a part of the Board of Trustees. The implementation of it gives me great pleasure that we're going to create professorship in the name of Titanium Capital. We're going to have professorship of Titanium in honor of Bob Mundell, in honor of Edward Nell, in honor of Willy Semler, and in honor of Charles Goodhart, in honor of Mr. Federico Mayor. Today we're talking about the role of education for global peace. We're going to create, like the UNESCO, there's only one chair that has been created by UNESCO. This will be the second chair in the world on peace, culture, and sustainable development in honor of Federico Mayor and the work he has done all his life at UNESCO and United Nations. I would like also to tell you that in terms of the implementation of the Board of Trustees, it's not only some kind of virtual word. There's another implementation very important. All these gentlemen sitting here, they're going to be making history in 1 year. We're creating a new common currency for West Africa. And it will be also the contribution of Fun University, Titanium, and John Bradamas. They're going to be in the world stage that Macedonia has contributed in building the new common currency West Africa. I know that the agenda is too long, that I will just thank you very much for what you have done, to all my colleagues, to my dear rector, Mr. Sefer, the founder, the wife of Mr. Sefer, with all the hard work she put in making this things possible. Thank you very much for all you have done, and hopefully very soon we will make this concrete. Here there's no abstraction. We're going to work. And God bless you. Thank you.
Cher Président, cher Premier Ministre, chers Messieurs et Madame, chers ministres.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear former Minister of Education of France, dear colleagues, it is my great honor that I have today to pronounce the title of Dr. Honoris Causa to our colleagues, the legends, that come from an interdisciplinary field. Why today? Because today is the International Education Day. It's the International Day of Education, firstly, and secondly is that the event that we have prepared have surpassed the capacities of the university. It's a so-called strategy that we have imposed, a national, so-called national strategy, and we are happy and lucky to be together and to have your attendance here. As Mandela has said, education is the best tool in order to change the world and to improve and advance the world. So thank you very much. I would like to welcome all of our 13 guests, and now I would like to welcome you to jointly award the title Honoris Causa and Professor Honoris Causa. Now I would like to start the procedure and do the announcement and do the announcements for Honoris Causa and then Professor Honoris Causa. The first on the list is a big man. He is not amongst us. He is absent today, unfortunately.
Profesor honoris causa I zato go molim španski ambasador.
The Spanish ambassador will receive the title on his behalf because he's absent. Mr. Ambassador, I call upon you now in order to receive the award, the title, and then to present it to Federico Mayor. Thank you.
Golemo blagodaram. Merci. Sur ma liste, c'est Robert Mundell qui est promu en professeur honoris causa.
Next on my list is Professor Robert Mundell, being awarded the Professor honoris causa title.
Le prochain lauréat, c'est Edward Nell.
Next,
C'est professeur
awardee is
d'économie
Edward
aux
Nell,
États-Unis,
Professor of
ancien
Economics
professeur de New School,
in the United States
for
and
social
former
research, member of
New
the
School for
faculty.
Social Sciences University teacher.
Уште едно големо име,
Another big name,
Charles Goodhart,
Charles Goodhart,
еден од најдобрите
one of the best
специјалисти.
and most prominent specialists,
Тој е познат по законот
is
Goodhart.
famous for the Goodhart law worldwide.
My good friend Bill Sembler, il est d'origine allemande et américaine, un très grand économiste.
He is from an American and African origin, a great economist. It is my huge pleasure and honor to award you with this certificate Doctor Honoris Causa.
Maintenant, c'est Don
Now.
Vicente del Bosque González, que nous connaissons tous.
Do Vicente de Bosque Gonzalez, familiar to all of us, especially those in sports.
Professor Karim Erouaki, qui est aussi président de
Professor Karim Erouaki, who is also Professor Emeritus and PhD Honoris Causa Professor.
Henry Abdo, qui est
Henry Abdo,
Spiritus Movens.
who is the founder
Lui, you understand French, Abdo?
and a spiritual leader to everything that is happening. Do you understand French? Thank you. for everything that you do.
J'ai l'honneur de donner
I have the pleasure
honoris causa Dr. Anajat Vallaud-Belkacem,
to award honoris causa, PhD honoris causa, to Belkacem, one of the youngest ministers for education in France and the first female education minister.
Ça m'a fait un grand plaisir.
It is my great honor to present you with this. Thank you.
Elle a dit que parce qu'elle s'est retirée de la vie politique en 2017,
Since she withdrew from politics in 2017, she stated that she will resume political life this year. So after a 3 years break, she will engage in politics again, and that's an excellent news for the leftist party, because we have here our former prime minister who also experiences a break this year.
Abdullah Yerobalde,
Abdullah Yerobalde,
il est absent. C'est un
absent,
professeur de l'Université de
fortunately.
Conakry, professeur de l'économie.
He is a professor at a university in Conakry, an economics professor, and I suggest for the award to be presented to Professor Enurake on his behalf.
Abdullah Al-Kashrami, c'est le président
Abdullah
de l'Union
Al-Kashrami,
mondiale des poètes, président
the president of the Global Union of Poets, a professor, but also representative of the Arabic culture, and a member of the Titanium Group. On his behalf, our Abdul will take the award, and
Dr.
on
Abdullah
his
is
behalf he will take the
ambassador
title.
of culture in the Arab League, so he's gonna help us to
Той тако ще ни помогне да може да го представиме фон универзитетот пред најдобрите пронаѓачи како и поети во арапскиот свет. Тој се подготвува сега за нашиот самит во Арапската лига, меѓутоа во моментот во Египет има огромен протест и веројатно е дека не можеше да стигне и да го фати летот, така што во негово име ви благодарам и го очекуваме скоро. Благодарам.
J'ai encore un ami ici, Raymond Akiki.
I have another friend here, Emona Kiki.
Okay.
Would ask the New Guinea ambassador to take the title and award on her behalf. Thank you.
Raymond Akiki, c'est l'un des piliers de
Raymond
l'Université internationale.
Is one of the founders
On dit que vous êtes
of the Lebanese University, and
un grand honneur.
they're saying that you are an economic guru. So it is our great honor to host you here and to present you with this award.
Et finalement, Gazanfer Gur,
And last but not least, Gazanfer Abdul.
Comme vous voyez, il y a place pour moi ici.
As you can see, Mr. President, I will call upon you
First, you will excuse us, we don't have moderator. Why? Because we are one family. We don't need moderators. And you are our family. So what we want to achieve is to give a new impression about the education, new look, new views. And who can give us the best advices? One big applause for these people from the right. Thank you. But we have 3 more surprises. Posthum, ќе доделиме посthumно уште 3.
We're going to posthumously award 3 more honoris causa. The first would be to Mr. Boutros Ghali, the second would be in honor of John Bradamas, and the third in the honor of the former President Boris Dragovsky.
Well, first of all, congratulations to all the honorable guests who made it possible. Congratulations to everybody for this very special event. It gives me really great honor to stand here and to talk about a dear mentor, Boutros Ghali, and to honor him in memoriam with the doctorate honoris causa, and also to name a school in Fon that we're going to create, which is the Boutros Ghali School of International Affairs. It gives me also a great pleasure to announce the award of doctorate honoris causa to Dr. John Bradamas, who is a very dear friend. He's a very dear friend of Dr. Edward Nell. Actually, the first job Dr. Edward Nell got in his life was working for John Bradamas in Capitol Hill. Dr. John Bradamas, they used to call him in Washington Mr. Education. He is the man who did so many things in education and art. And it gives us great pleasure to honor him today and to be part of this family. And I can assure you that through the co-foundation by Dr. Edward Nell, Dr. Henry, and myself, that we founded the John Bradamas in memory of John, that we're going to carry on his flagship and his legacy into developing education. And then it gives me also great honor that we honor the former president of Macedonia, Boris Rakovsky. So it's a great honor for us today in their memory. I'm sure that I feel like they are here, all of them. And it's a long journey for us. And I hope this is the beginning, as my colleague Sefer said, of a new chapter that we are building in Macedonia, and a strong message that they're going to be sending to the world. Thank you very much.
If you can say our best regards from us, and we would like maybe in the future to name some of the faculty secretaries.
Wonderful, thank you.
If you can say something.
Ah, wonderful, thank you. I first met John when I volunteered to work for the Adlai Stevenson campaign. What? So, thank you. he was a wonderful politician, very smart, and very dedicated to a more equal and more prosperous economy. That's two separate points, more equal and more prosperous, but they react positively on each other. To design a political program, that will promote both equality and prosperity is, I think, of immense importance today. We have experienced a growth of inequality that is endangers our prosperity. And in memory of John, I would like to seriously work on that. And this organization which we are developing is, in fact, one that could make a very great contribution. So I'm very pleased to be here and to help with the foundation of the John Bradamus program. So thank you very much. It's really a great pleasure.
Last but not least, it was one person who was at the beginning of this institution. I would say one of the founders of this university. Unfortunately, he died in a plane crash accident. He was really big, supportive man. He was having a huge vision about educated people, always supporting. And today, actually, we have two presidents in our street. It's called Kiro Gligorov Street. And now with this honor, I will honor President Boris Trajkovsky. And because his family is not in the country, they said many thanks for what we are doing, keeping his name alive in our university, in our higher educational institution, because he really deserved. And I want to thank on behalf of all of us.
I would now invite, because the family is not here, I'd like to invite the founder of the university who is here from the very beginning.
And I have to mention that one of the advisors of this president today is president of our country. Yeah. Okay. So we finished the one part of the event. Now we should start with the symposium, right? Let's go to the main role of education for global peace and sustainable development. I'm inviting the president, Professor Dr. Stevo Pendarovsky, to give opening speech. And please,
May I start? Distinguished members of the academic community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to have the opportunity to address you at the beginning of the symposium, Education as a Factor of Peace and Sustainable Development, organized by the University Fund to mark the International Education Day after the proclamation by the United Nations. The last year was the premier celebration on January 24th as the Day of Education. This year, now that we've established the tradition, the central topic on the Day of Education is learning on humanity, the planet, progress and peace. It is undoubtedly a theme that is inspiring, topical and is significant given the global trends. Needless to say, to me, this day has a personal significance, given that I have spent most of my professional career as a university professor. From that position, I can speak with greater authority on the meaning and significant role and significance of education, overall development and progress. The civilization is based on education and science, and our need for knowledge. The degree of development of mankind, as we know it today, is inconceivable without educational institutions, but also without all that we acquire in an informal fashion and through other modalities as designated by the title of the symposium and the choice of theme to mark the International Day of Education, what are the roles of education today and back in the old days is something that fundamentally has major contribution to peace and development, and the two things go hand in hand. To paraphrase Edward Everett, who says that education is a better defense of freedom than any army. Dear friends, the right to education is a fundamental human right. Unfortunately, according to the data provided by the United Nations, about 265 million children and adults do not have access or do not complete the primary education, which means increasing illiteracy, poverty, gender inequality. Globally, a lot of work needs to be done to ensure that there is unobstructed access to education in every corner of the globe. Migration and refugee crises make the situation much worse. They warrant responsible leadership to tackle this problem. Today, globally, across the world, different activities are being carried out to increase the awareness of the significance and of quality and access to education. And my appeal is for everyone to take the responsibility within the boundaries of their power and competencies and to work on improving the quality of education, first of all in their respective communities and in their respective countries. Today, at the beginning of the symposium, we promoted the Board of Trustees with distinguished professors who have huge legacy both in education and science, but also with impact on the development, the direction of development in the societies in which they live and work. For me, not only as a president, but also as a person that belongs to the academic community, this composition of the board of a Macedonian university as a roadmap that the higher education should follow, and it gives me great joy that a high number of members of this board are today with us, and they will be participating in the symposium. I would wish fruitful work to the board, and I wish for the education to become an absolute priority on every single political agenda, and not only on the International Education Day. Thank you.
So we will start officially, Mr. Goodhart. You are coming from a country as Britain, which is very famous about education. Having on mind before 30 years, it started one kind of MBA syndrome in this country. And I know that 7.8 billion pounds are coming directly to your country only from the international students, only for the international students on the universities who study in the British universities. How did you succeed as a country this? We would like to know something more about your views about education and share some experience with us. Thank you.
Thank you very
We're going with Mr.
Is this on? Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to start by paying particular thanks to Karim Iraqi and to Henry Abdo for pushing forward Fon University. I think it's a remarkable endeavor. As a macroeconomist, I'm very interested in growth. And growth theory in our subject is usually in terms of the growth of factors of production, labor and capital. In my view, that's far from being sufficient. What really drives growth is governance and education. And I think the foundation of Fon University indicates both of these. Good governance for having been able to set it up so very quickly, and of course the educational role that you will have. And as you have said, we've been very lucky in the UK
for having and developing university education and providing education to a very wide range of international people. I only hope that that will continue even as we leave the European Union in about a week's time, which I might say that I deeply regret. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. Second thing that I wanted to say is that I'm very delighted to learn about your strong African connections here. One of the reasons for that is that I'm particularly interested in the underlying trends of demography and globalization. And the only part of the world which is going to have a relatively fast growth of young people of working age in about 10 years' time is going to be Africa. So that how we incorporate Africa into the world and develop its human capital is going to be of crucial importance over the next 40 or 50 years, which I'm afraid most of us sitting on this dais will not actually see, but the younger members of the audience will have to find that the bringing Africa forward in development is going to be one of the crucial factors of the next decades. Thank you very much.
Now, Professor Nal, we are very honored to have you here. We would like to know what's your word on this very special day. What's the word about the role of education, and about also what you can think for Macedonia, because we are in Macedonia now.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here, as I've said several times, for many reasons, but one in particular stands out. We are in a period of time, politically speaking, that is very dangerous. We have the growth of authoritarian figures who are also very much involved in identity politics. They are advocating for certain groups at the expense of other groups. The government of India is an example. The President of the United States is an example. The President of Russia is an example. We have very dangerous politics backed by very powerful and wealthy forces. But the proposals are terrible. The clash of identities is not only unnecessary, but dangerous and contrary to the principles of a truly humanistic education. Our education shows us that we learn from one another, and we learn from the interaction of different cultures and different groups and different races. This is a crucially important feature of world education and is the pathway, perhaps really the only pathway, to long-term peace and prosperity. And the proposals of this group, which we are formulating here and which is supported by Fon University, is part of a development of world education that could help to bring about peace and prosperity. So, I'm delighted to be part of this, and I salute the people who have been founding this. Thank you.
It's our honor, sir. Now, before we listen to Mr. Willie Samler, we would like to listen to Mr. Federico Mayor Saragossa, because he was so eager to be with us today, but for health issues for him and both his wife in hospital, so he sent us a video.
particularly to Henry Abdo and Karim Merwaki. As you know, I would very much like to be today in Skopje, Macedonia, in Fon University to receive the distinction of Doctor Honoris Causa of this university. Because now we need this. Now we need all the universities. We need to be jointly in the world to address the most important challenges in the history of humanity. Because we are facing processes that are potentially irreversible. And the habitability of the earth can be deteriorated if we do not react immediately. Therefore, I think that is very timely what is happening today in Fon University, because these new distinguished colleagues, Dr. Honoris Causa, can really provide this capacity to be in the forefront of this mobilization of the scientific, academic, intellectual, artistic communities in order to be the leaders of this reaction, popular reaction, against those that only think in the GNP, that only think in increasing the results and the benefits of their investments. No, we must change. We must change because today, at least 20,000 persons, most of them children from 1 to 5 years, will die of hunger. Of hunger. Yes, there is no war, but we have this lack of solidarity. We have not understood that it is absolutely indispensable that the scientists and the academicians, all together with those that have in their hands the governance of the world, must work together. We cannot accept that it is said, no, all this is not true. The possibility of the melting the Arctic 10 years ago, I remember, was said, oh no, this will not happen, and now is already a reality. I remember when in 1970 was already UNESCO working in the International Geological, Hydrological, Oceanographic. The oceans are particularly relevant because they represent the 2/3 of the skin of the earth. And at this moment already it was said, be careful, we must progressively change some of our ways of life because we can arrive at a point in which no return is feasible, because irreversibility is already a reality. Tomorrow can be late. Yes, this was already said. I remember when the Academy of Science of the United States in 1979, they said not only the emissions are growing, but what is even worse, the reactive capacity of the ocean is also decreasing. Therefore, we must realize that today more than ever is important that universities and Fon University with these new colleagues, Dr. Honoris Causa, are providing the possibility of having one very important role in this reaction capacity. Dear friends, I am not allowed now to travel. And it is for this that I am addressing you through this video, recorded because I would very much like to be today here and to be with you at this, I was telling, first line, forefront of what we must do now, all together, the scientific community, the university community, the intellectual community. 30 years ago, in the very heart of Africa, in Yamoussoukro, in Côte d'Ivoire, we were for the first time saying we must change a culture of war, a culture of confrontation, a culture of force. We must change to a culture of encounter, a culture of listening, a culture of understanding, a culture of conciliation, a culture of peace. It was the first time, 30 years ago. And then, in 1999, the 13th of September, in the United Nations General Assembly, it was approved, a declaration and program of action for a culture of peace and non-violence. And simultaneously, we were working already, as you know, in the Earth Charter. Yes, we have an Earth Charter. We have all the elements, the reference in order to change our style of life. Therefore, we have the possibility of being inspired, of being guided on how to proceed and how to act. And more recently, in this very illuminated period of 4 months at the end of the year 2015, in Paris, under the Obama strength and also action, was signed the agreements of Paris on climate change. And 3 weeks after, in the United Nations, were approved the proposals of this wonderful, that we must take as guidance for our life, this wonderful resolution to transform the world, it is said, to change the world, that represents the ODS, the Agenda 2030, the Development Sustainable Goals. Therefore, we have today the possibility of action. And at this moment in which I am together with you, receiving this very distinguished nomination of Dr. Honoris Causa of the Fon University, I would like to tell that we are ready to work all together with the young people, with the women, in order to be in the forefront of the mobilization against those that are irresponsible, that are producing the situation for a lack of conditions for a normal, dignified life on earth. Dear friends, dear Henry Abdo, dear Karim Erwaki, many thanks, and I am ready all together with you to go ahead. Thank you very much.
I would like to extend my gratitude for the time allocated today. Everything that you have seen here with regard to the organization was made by your professors, your teachers, and your students. We're not a state-owned company with a protocol. Probably we may have had some, but that means that we are producing good students. So on behalf of the students and the professor staff here at the university, I would like to present you with this golden plaque, dear President. You're always welcome amongst us to lecture and to teach the professors, both the professors and the students. Thank you. Just a few words. Apologies for having to leave, and I must leave on many successes to you, to all of us, for what we initiated here today. Just a few messages to intellectuals, to professors, to world, to the people globally, worldwide.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And okay, so let's continue. Let's continue. We will talk about this.
And now we leave the word for our Professor Willy Sambler. He's the German-American legend. Please let us know what you think of today.
Well, first let me thank everybody who was involved in organizing this event, in particular Henry and Ibrahim and the rector and all the great organizers here. I'm very proud to be part of a team that takes on somewhat new paths in the university, well, landscape. I know that Macedonia is also taking on a new path. Its task is probably on the path they're embarking on nation building. A very short effort, only that short time period you had. Other nations had 100, 150 years for nation building. And a building of a society that has some prospect of sustainable development and importance of education, and developing somewhat a new economy where some parts of the economy has broken away, but you're looking now for a new orientation or a new trade vis-à-vis Europe. And one of the important roles in this type of transition is education. That's my feeling. In particular, you don't know exactly what the future will produce for such three types of now constructions, but education is the most important tool to flexible and react and respond to what is changing around you and what's changing in the society. So I myself, I'm a little bit between the American academic life, between the European or German academic life. I was a long time a faculty member of the University of Bielefeld and then a faculty at the New School for Social Research. And I view the two continents so always with the knife or perspective from the other side. I work with the IMF, I work with the World Bank and ILO, and I want to stress what recently came up as one important concept in developing economics or developing prosperity of society. It's called sustainable development, or other terms are inclusive growth. Inclusive growth include issues of inequality or achieving better equality. Inclusive growth also includes environment and climate change. These are also part of the term sustainable development, and these are important international issues. So in recent times, since I worked along on macroeconomics, I find now myself more involved in dealing with macroeconomics, environment and climate change in the context of inclusive growth or sustainable growth, as it was discussed here. And it's not only, well, one sees more sporadically some disasters in the current development of the relationship between climate and the economy, but there is, science tells us, an increasing intensity of disasters and increasing severity of disasters that we are facing now. And I think this has come now to the forefront also of European discussions. And I think this would be also a nice point of connection of this university in Macedonia with the European politics and economics now. And this could be a good path also to observe or to take on. So I want to sum up and say, well, I'm very honored to be part of the team here now that has been built up. And I understand our roles a little bit as some new ambassadors, so to speak, for this university and for these countries. And I guess we will try to put all efforts in to fulfill this expectation. Thank you very much.
You have no idea how much we appreciate the spirit. And we are eager to show in the next event more and more of our colleagues. Your colleague, our colleagues. And now I leave the word to...
Yes, now we leave the word to our dear friend of this house, of this university, who from the beginnings is one of the most important people for this university, who I remember he was a mayor in Strumica, and we opened our department there of our university. He was there. We were doing the first academic class, he was there. We were doing nomination for Nobel Peace Prize for him and Mr. Tsipras. He was there. He was always smiling and opening doors for young people, for educated. So he will be the key driver of changing the educational views of this country. I am sure that he will help this country, young generation, to stay here, to find themselves motivated to work and to see their future here. And I hope we will help a little bit on this way, because we think that this is normal way how the universities, the governance, and young people, and all who are involved in the educational process, and if we see everything is connected with the educational process, starting from education from home. So we not talk about the value, but I appreciate and I thank you in behalf of our name and name of the university for everything what you did, and I hope we'll have chance to do a lot of nice things in the future. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sefer. Obviously, I'm invited here like a good friend of our and the world now, Fon University, what we all proud. Distinguished friends, it's a great honor for me to be together with you today, because you make not only great honor to Fon University, but also for our country. We are a small country, but good example for building friendship, and became famous of that, because really the world peace and sustainable development is possible through friendship, but it's really impossible without good education, because really the education is a ruling, driving part of the keeping world peace and of course sustainable development for every nation, in every region, all around the world. It's a great honor also to speak in front of our ambassadors here who are today with us, the rectors from our state university, the manager of National Bank. It's a great pleasure for our football fans to have Del Bosque here with us. Thank you very much for that. And of course, high representatives of the private sector, judiciary system. Fon was the university who break the ice closely 20 years ago, like a private university, and to send a message to the young students to accept this advantage and really to take it very courageously for finding a way how to achieve better goals for own life. But now in the moment is again the icebreaker for opening our state through education for young people, not only from North Macedonia, not only from region, but also from all around the world. This board will be advising board who will help us very much, our university teachers and students normally, but I want to mention it that the government is very much focused, and the whole institutions, to open our society, to break all these obstacles and barriers, to cut all these visas for students and all problems to get higher and quality education here in North Macedonia, like our students have possibility to learn all around the world. We are a small and developing country, and we appreciate very much your advice, of course, because you are world-known name in education and economy and a variety of fields. We want to learn, We want to take your experience normally and implement it here in this small and friendly country. And I believe that will be very helpful for further sustainable development of our country. Now we are friends with everybody. We are a country without open bilateral issues. We are next member of NATO. We hope that we will start negotiation with the European Union. We are, like some commissioner mentioned it, good example for attraction of European Union and values, etc. And I believe that only through very high education, very quality education, we will achieve more, and that will happen as quick as possible. I'm proud also with our university professors here who work in Fon University, and I know that we have everything. Only with your experience, I know that the Fon will achieve as much as possible, more and more, but through Fon University, our country will achieve as much as possible and more and more. Thank you for the invitation, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here today with you. Thank you.
We thank you for your presence, and thank you for your wishes, dear Zoran Zaev. I hope that we will have many chances to improve our country in many ways. So the future is at the young. So it's important our students, our young generation, our upcoming generations to believe in our country. And we will do our best to achieve that. Okay, now we continue. Professor Dr. Karim Erwaki, what do you think we should do to change these pictures? How do you think we should position ourselves to achieve global values? You have some plan, right? Let's share it with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Sefer. And again, thank you very much for your presence. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I think the essential of what has been said by my honorable colleagues, Charles Goodhart, Professor Edward Nell, Professor Willy Semler, I would like to be much more pragmatic in terms of how this thing could happen really. And I will take advantage of the presence of the Prime Minister, and I will share with him my own experience as a former president of University Kofi Annan, and also my long experience with Edward Nell and John Bradamas when we want to tackle the growth and the promotion and the development of universities. What is the problematic that we have to address? John Bradamas, I said that yesterday, used to define the difference between private university and public university. And his definition is very accurate. He said, a public university should seek funding from the private sector. A private university should seek funding for the public sector. Now, how do you implement this? Very simple. I give you the example from poor countries in Africa. When I took over the presidency, I went to see the president of the nation. I told him, Mr. President, listen to me very carefully. If you want education, you have to help. Now, we can give you some ideas. If there is, I assume Macedonia is not full of rich people, but the people who come from average family, we can create a loan structure. Students can take loan, they can pay tuition at the private university, and then they will get a job and they can pay back. This system works very well in Canada, extremely well. This system also works very well in some states in America, like California, also in New York, the state of New York, and it works. If the private sector will bring the infrastructure, huge investment, to contribute to a major factor, as Charles Goodhart put it, the labor factor in the growth at the macroeconomic level. If you want to have tomorrow bright people in your Minister of Finance, Economy, etc., this university has to have the brightest also scholar. This costs money. This costs money. Just to give an example, a rector in America charged $500,000. There is American universities, they are looking for Nobel laureates or potential Nobel laureates. If Charles Goodhart is staying at London School of Economics, you will have Stanford to tell him, okay, you come over, I give you $300,000. They are stealing resources. Why? Because they're going to be attracting bright students. And it's a money machine. However, it's very important what we say in the implementation, how to develop really the university, is to have some kind of partnership with the government. It's what I did in Africa. What we say, we are not a private university, we're not a public, we are semi-public. What it means, that we make a deal with the university, between the government, and we have to help in a fair way. No one university will be privileged. It will be, the pie will be split between the existing private universities in the country, and seeking for excellence. So there is no magical solution to bring students from Africa. There is a lot of students, they want to come. There's no doubt about it. We have to work closely with their government. Their governments, I will give an example. The Moroccan government, I convinced the Moroccan government a few years ago, and I was able to have, for example, in the medical school, students that have absolutely no scholarship, and I negotiated with the Moroccan government and offer 20 scholarships for medical school. In other fields. So I negotiate a quota with the government, and they offer us over 150 positions. In Spain, I am working with Ambassador Jose Guardiola of Spain in Guinea, and we can also work with Guinea, for example, to bring students here and negotiate a deal with the government. We want to develop that. It's very important. We can develop, we are trying, you have here the support of Spain, the ambassador is here, but we're also working in Madrid to help Macedonia and to bring students via Africa. We're developing a sport diplomacy. We're happy to have here Mr. Del Bosque. He will be our guest coming to Africa with fun people. A lot of students have potential, like in America. If you're a great sportsman, you get a scholarship and you can do a great job. Education, you do have a faculty of sports, very important. And I think in a university, they know very well that the medical school is the best money machine. Every university, the big salaries are sustained by the hospital. And I think it's very important for us in our strategy to develop not a local, a worldwide hospital. As you may know, India today is becoming very famous in what we call health tourism. People that can go, you'll go to India to have heart surgery because it's very expensive in America, brain surgery, a lot of surgeries. So it could, Skopje could become a major destination for many, many countries. It's very important. So if we work with the government, we can develop practical solutions. Also, we are working very hard, Dr. Henry and myself, through Titanium Capital, to design a special fund for education from the investments we do, because the Titanium Capital provide 90% of its earning to blind association and handicap. And I think education also will be part of our strategy. We are offering scholarship. On the 29th, we will be in Cairo at the Arab League, and we're going to offer scholarship to every top innovator from the Arab world to come here. We have other ways of how to implement the shares. A lot of famous people, they would like to have some legacy, and they can give donation when they know there's a scholar that can handle this donation. So this is our practical means how we can implement the promotion of Fon University. But we have to work together also with the government. We're not going to compete, and it's a complementary. As I said, for example, in the case of Guinea, a lot of private universities, they do not have internal resources. They bring 90% of the profits of the public universities. And because the salary, they're so low, and we're offering them bigger salary, they come. But the minister closes his eyes because they'll say, right, conflict of interest. You cannot be in the public company and in private university and public university. This is something we have to have some kind of flexibility, because in order to bring some powerful brains, it costs a lot of money. This is very important. So I think there is practical solutions. We are working on this. As you mentioned rightly, that the Board of Governance, the Board of Trustees, will be working on an advisory capacity to help. And each of these honorable gentlemen have experience in, Veli has a deep knowledge of the educational system in America and Germany. He knows what is the best formula. I had the same thing between my education in Europe and my education in America. Mr. Nell has also great experience in the educational system between England and America. Dr. Henry, he's a master of what's going on also in the Middle East and also Europe and America. So we know where are the flaws and how we can address them. But I think it's very important, and I come back to the same thesis, we need to work in partnership because it works for me in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Our Emeritus President of Fon University, thank you for your amazing ideas and what you're doing for us and for this country. I thank you on behalf of my name and the name of all the students who study already in this university. They have great possibilities are coming for them. And now, before we Mr. Mundel, because these 2 days, it's not about our pollution, right? Your voice a little bit gone. But before, in your name and on the name of the old Nobel laureates who are part of new Board of Trustees, the message will be sent from Professor Dr. Werner Arber, Nobel laureate in medicine, one of the greatest achievements and one of the greatest minds in the last century, I would say. Am I right? He's Professor Emeritus at University of Bale, President Emeritus of the Pontifical Academy of Science, and a member of the Economical Advisory Committee of Titanium Capital LLC. So, do we have his video?
Dear Professor Dr. Karim Erouaki, dear participants at the ceremony in January 2020. I am sorry not to be with you today at this ceremony for health reasons, but to the suggestion of its organizers, I prepared this short video in which I intend to inform you on my research activities which I accomplished in my former laboratories in Geneva and then in Basel. In these activities I obtained novel insights into microbial evolution. Bacteria are unicellular organisms and they replicate fast in appropriate growth media. This facilitates experimental investigations on occasional genetic variations which are the drivers of biological evolution. In many textbooks, spontaneous genetic variants are said to be errors. In contrast, we concluded from our investigations that a number of specific molecular mechanisms occasionally produce genetic variants. This can result in local alterations of the nucleotide sequences or in the transposition of a so-called mobile genetic element within the genome. In a third natural strategy of genetic variation, genetic information can become horizontally transferred between different bacteria by a few specific mechanisms. To keep this transfer very inefficient, practically all bacteria are able to recognize invading foreign DNA by their restriction modification systems. Restriction enzymes cut foreign DNA into fragments, whereas site-specific modification by DNA methylation protects the resident DNA from restriction cleavage. Without going into more details, we can conclude that in the bacterial world, spontaneous biological evolution occurs by self-organization, paying attention to maintain the genomes of a high majority of cells unchanged, and by rarely producing genetic variants. Only some of the new variants can enable the cells to grow under new environmental growth conditions. In these processes, a number of specific gene products are involved. We call their genes evolution genes, acting either to occasionally produce a genetic variation or to keep genetic variation at low levels. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank Professor Dr. Werner Alber on his name, and we thank you, Professor Dr. Robert Mundell. Professor Dr. Abner has 91 years old, and we saw that he's in a good shape, right? And we wish that he live many years and stay a reminder, as Mr. Mundell here in front of you, dear students, dear colleagues, that even with his 87 years old, he came here through different, changing two different planes just to be with us. And this is a good and a positive example that young generation have to understand. And they have to understand his message with his presence today here. And at the end, before we close the first panel of the discussion, I want to thank you again of all the speakers, but we will have, after Dr. Henry finish his speech, we will have a coffee break, and then after half an hour after the coffee break, we continue with the second and third panel together. And in this case, I want to thank, because in the second panel, there are more practical people who are already in education from one other perspective. I want to thank the presence of the Minister of Burkina Faso, Professor Dr. Maiga Al-Kassoum. Thank you. I want to a special thanks to Don Vicente del Bosque Gonzalez, who will have special event at 3:30 in the auditorium, because all the sport workers, football coaches, they wanted to see him, so we organized a special event for him, 3:30 until 4:30. They will have chance to talk to you and to share experiences. I want to thank Professor Dr. Gazan Fegur, who we are preparing a new in the
dental school.
Yeah, he is one of the best dentists in Turkey, and we will use his experience in this area. Academic Vlado Kambovski, Professor Denko Maleski, Professor Ljubomir Frčkovski, Professor Dr. Nikola Popovski, my dear friend, our cooperator from Swiss UMF University, Professor Dr. Javed Sangdel, myself. We will discuss after this gentleman finished his speech. We go to a short coffee break to calm down, because we are really excited what we have done and what we are doing for ourselves and for the country. And I want to say special thanks to the ambassadors and to the representative of the private universities. I see the representative of Balkan University and the representative, the state rector of the biggest state university, St. Kirill and Methodius, who will have chance to debate, because we have all to work on that to improve and to make better picture for our country. I want to thanks. The floor is yours.
When Jesus was on earth, He performed many, many miracles. He raised the dead. He healed the blind, the handicapped. He did many significant things, but he was known as the teacher. That's something that we should stop at. Why would anyone raise the dead and then they call him the teacher? That means one thing, that education is the best message, is even stronger than kindness, stronger than healing the pain of a person. I don't want to take long of time because I think they are having some time limits for the television, but I want to thank everyone here, and I want to say that we are not talking this time to just have some propaganda in the media. That's not our aim at all. What we want to do is we want to give education, not only to Macedonia, from Macedonia to the whole world. You will be amazed of the number of countries that they will be involved with us. It's 102 countries. We will have on our list, gold list, names that they don't exist in any place except in the United Nations, which I call the divided nation. But here, with us, they will be united because of the purpose of education. We hear a lot about peace, but they tried every type of governing, ruling, and they all failed. Mr. Federico, Dr. Professor Federico Mayor Saragossa, he said that 20,000 children will die today. Dr. Federico doesn't have the accurate numbers because he is from the UNESCO and they like to the real number, gentlemen, ladies, is 45,000. Before the end of this day, 45,000 children will die just because they didn't have maybe a bottle of water, maybe a pill of aspirin, maybe a soap. That's it. That's the reason. They spent trillions of dollars in Africa and Latin America, and all this money never went really to the poor people. We want to use Phone University along with the 77 member of trustees, board of trustees. We want to deliver a message that at least we should care. People think that they can bring the peace, but in the prophecies of the Bible, even in Quran, Jesus is the Prince of Peace, and in Quran, he is Al-Mahdi al-Muntazar. So we know that we will not do anything big, but we will at least contribute in easing the pain of anyone, and also in making sure that education is free for the people who cannot afford it, and for the people who can pay, why not? They are all welcome, you're all welcome, thank you all.
Great, I hope the representatives of media, because we go live on our YouTube channel, which is followed by the Latin American countries, how much? 21 Latin America? 32, sorry. 21 Arab country and 37 African countries. So we continue, 1 o'clock. Now it's 12:25. Let's have one coffee, let's have one water, let's come down a little bit and we continue with the discussion, 1 p.m., okay? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a receiver for translation, please leave it at the exit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have used a receiver for translation, please leave it at the exit.
first. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear professors, dear rectors, dear guests, dear students, first part of this event went more officially because we had His Excellency the President and Prime Ministers, and we had to put all in once with promoting our new Board of Trustees and honoring with the honoris causa. Now, second part of the panel, which will be actually be connected to panel 2 and 3. So we will give the time to open a discussion. So this second part we expect to be interactive. So all of you are invited to participate in this debate because these speakers who are on my right, they are all experienced, all coming from the real sector. They are coming from the real experience with education institutions, students, professors, and we have the foreign ministers and actual ministers of education. So before we start, we will mix. We will not start like before with the line 1, 2, 3, 4. So we will just share a little bit the different experiences from Africa, from Europe, from Switzerland, from other perspectives. So we will make one foreign. One of our professors are here. I'm happy that we have also our professors, the deans of the Faculty of Law and Political Science, Professor Dr. Ljubomir Frčkovski and Professor Dr. Nikola Popovski, the Dean of Faculty of Economy, and our Emeritus Professor Denko Malevski. But I want to thank for your visit. We also have to mention that we had from the Vice Rector of the Balkan University, and we had to have the Rector of the State University, but I don't know, probably, I hope he didn't get scared. I mean, he's busy. Aha, okay. Then we can start without him, right? If he wants to join, yeah, okay. Also, Mr. Kambowski from the Academy, okay. Anyway, we have great speakers, and because the only speaking Spanish will be today Mr. Del Bosque, and because you are very popular in our country, we will start with you. So please we have translation in Spanish. You can, there speakers, please. If you don't have, take, okay, so equip. Then we will continue with the Minister of Higher Education from Burkina Faso. Please prepare, after you will be the, let's say, the second speaker. Then we continue with Dr. Najat Vallaud, the former Minister of Education from France. And then we will involve some of our local, and then we go to Mr. Javid Sangvel, the President of Swiss UMEF University. Then we go to, we will fly to Dominican Republic. Our friend Edmundo Gil will have to say something about education in this part. And from Dominicana, we'll go back to Turkey. Dr. Gazanfer will also pronounce something interesting about what's going to happen in the area of dentistry and medicine. And then we will give the floor to our Dean, Professor Dr. Ljubomir Frčkovski. Then to Raymond Akiki, we'll fly to Lebanon. and then Professor Denko Maleski, and we will finish with our Dean of Faculty of Economy, Professor Dr. Nikola Popovski. So, enjoy. Please, Mr. Del Bosque, you want to speak from here or from here? You can choose.
Hola, buenos días. Bueno, en primer lugar, no sé si es el momento, pero sí me gustaría agradecer a la universidad este reconocimiento. Es un honor para mí. Y bueno, trataré de explicaros lo que ha sido mi vivencia en el mundo del deporte.
It is my honor to be here today with you. Thank you much for your denomination. I would like to share my experience in the world of sports.
Podamos hablar de mi deporte, que al fin y al cabo ha sido el fútbol.
I'm happy that football or sports are mentioned here as one of the topics today.
Puedo deciros que he sido un jugador, solamente un jugador de fútbol, solamente he sido un entrenador de fútbol y casi más podría hablar de lo que ha sido lo que ha significado un vestuario para mí que cualquier otra vivencia.
I have been only a football player, only a player, and only a
Creo que he
coach.
sido un auténtico privilegiado de poder practicar este deporte. Ha sido mi universidad.
It's my privilege to have been a part of this particular sport, football.
En Real Madrid durante 36 años.
And I'm grateful to have been a part of Real Madrid for 36 years and 8 years
Y eso sí ha creado
as a
en mí
part of the Spanish
un sentimiento de
representation
pertenencia,
selection.
un sentimiento de fidelidad muy importante en mi vida.
And that was actually a privilege to be a part of a
Que yo creo
huge
que
organization.
lo aprendí de unos referentes, porque todos en la vida debemos de tener referentes. Tenemos que tener a alguien que sea nuestro ejemplo. Hoy se ha hablado aquí hasta de Mandela. Quiero decir que nosotros hemos tenido, y yo he tenido algún referente muy importante.
Anyone, including myself, we all have an example that have brought us to today,
Señor muy importante en el
to
Real
where
Madrid,
we are
don
today.
Santiago Bernabéu, que era absolutamente un liderazgo moral. No era un hombre rico, no era un hombre con muchas propiedades, pero sí que tenía ese liderazgo moral tan importante en la vida.
For me, in Real, Santiago
Durante muchos años en el Real Madrid
was the
tuve
person
la
for me.
posibilidad, una vez que me retiré como futbolista, dedicarme 17 años a la formación, a la educación de jugadores.
For 17 years, I was dedicated to the process of education.
Tengo que deciros que me sentí imprescindible, aunque pueda pecar un poco de presuntuoso. Si me sentí imprescindible, quiero decir que me sentí muy útil, absolutamente útil, en mi trabajo con los más jóvenes, con lo que hicieron conmigo, de prepararme no solo para el fútbol, sino también para la vida.
I was quite useful when I was working with young people, and that
En este
prepared me for
recorrido
the
tuve
role
una
of a
experiencia
coach
de
too.
un año en Turquía, que fue una experiencia inolvidable, útil, fantástica en todos los sentidos, familiar y profesionalmente.
1 year I spent living and working in Turkey, which was a very important
En
year
estos
for
8
me,
años que estuve en la selección española,
privately
tuvimos
as well as
tiempo de
professionally.
todo, de ganar y de perder. In the 8 years being a part of the Spanish team, we had multiple wins and multiple losses. Fueron 114 partidos, tuvimos tiempo de jugar 2 mundiales, 2 europeos, 2 copas confederaciones, y eso fueron en total 114 partidos. Y de estos 114 partidos solo hubo un expulsado.
In this period, we had 114 matches, we won 2 Champions Leagues, and 2 World Global Championships.
Es verdad, es intentar ganar, pero también es trasladar las mejores prácticas y la ética más deportiva y las mejores conductas.
In sports, we are required to have good conduct as well as high level of ethics.
El único jugador que fue expulsado fue Gerard Piqué, un jugador conocido seguramente por los más cercanos al fútbol, y fue por un acto de impotencia, no de antideportividad. Fue un simple golpe, casi porque íbamos perdiendo contra Brasil 3-0, y en un acto de impotencia de ahí vino una expulsión. Con lo cual me siento muy orgulloso de esos 114 partidos, casi solo con un, bueno, casi no, con un solo expulsado.
Only one player in all of the 114 matches was thrown out of the court.
Entendiendo el deporte como algo que se puede ganar o se puede perder.
We need to understand sports as a place where a person can experience defeats, but also can experience moments of victory. We need to be moderate while victorious, whereas in defeat we have to mind not to be very disappointed or too disappointed.
Estoy aquí porque hemos ganado.
And I'm not here today because I've been a part of Real Madrid for 36 years or the 8 years that I was a coach to a particular team, but because we have won. Had we not done that, I would not have been here today.
Y el fútbol, yo creo que es un poder educativo enorme el que tiene, el deporte en general, pero el fútbol en concreto tiene una fuerza extraordinaria de educación.
Football has an exceptional pull and huge strength in terms of providing education for people. Any sport can do that, but football in particular is very powerful. And through football playing, we can convey to the younger generations the best possible conduct or behavior.
En el minuto 116, un jugador nuestro, Iniesta, marcó un gol que nos sirvió para ganar la Copa del Mundo.
In 116th minute,
mi imagen en televisión cuando marcamos el gol fue de apretar los puños como un gesto de bueno, pero no excesivo. Y hay veces que cuando me veo en la televisión digo, yo creo que me he pasado en la celebración.
Every time when I watch the match on TV, I see how far we've gone and what we've achieved.
Yo creo un equilibrio o una fortaleza emocional muy importante.
Football has brought me balance, equilibrium, and
y animo a
huge
todos
strength.
a que tengamos las mejores conductas, las mejores prácticas y sobre todo cuando hablamos de educación, de deporte para nuestros jóvenes.
It is very important in life for football, for sports in general, to
Y
teach
como no debo de hablar
us
yo solo,
things, life
siento
skills.
muchísimo el no poder comunicarme en inglés. Lo siento muchísimo, pido perdón, pero yo creo que cedo la palabra a mis otros compañeros de tarima.
Unfortunately, I cannot speak English. That is why I will give the floor to my other
Thank you.
colleagues.
Dear Del Bosque, you might not speak English, but you're excellent in what you do. I mean, you are a champion, real champion. Congratulations. And thank you very much for being here today. So those who will have chance after 3:30, He will give more time for your fans. So 3:30, the floor is yours. You'll be by yourself with your fans, so you will share maybe some other secrets. There will be the Vice President of the Football Federation. There will be present the coach of the national team and some other coaches, which they would like to know your secrets. So I hope they will be happy later. Thank you very much one more again. So now, dear Minister of Education, thank you. You were flying for 20 hours to get here, right? Maybe more. First of all, I thank you for your presence, for being here. And please share with us your experiences. What do you think we can do about education? And what is your views about how to open ourselves to a quality of education? Minister of Burkina Faso.
Thank you very much. I'm Francophone, but I'll try to speak. I will try to go in English. We'll get time. So my name is Prof. Maiga. I am sociologist. For the first time, I was in research in a center of research for 7 years, since 1998 to 2003. After that experience, I moved to the university, the first and the biggest university of our country, called University Joseph Kizerbo. And since 2017, I am the Minister of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation of our country. So I know very well what is the target in research, what is the difficulties our higher education. Because when it came, the main problem is that we don't have a lot of infrastructures, because we have a lot of students. By year, we can have 42,000 of young guys coming from our secondary school and who want to achieve the higher education in our country. We have a very big diaspora in Ivory Coast, and by year they send us 5,000 of students. So you see, we have 7 public universities, but the biggest university of our country have 70,000 of students, and the second one has 30,000. After that, we have another with 25,000 and another one with 55,000. So if you take the public students and the private ones, you have something like 2,000 students, 200,000 in our country. So our population is 20 million. But the young people are something like 60% of our population. So this is to say you that the need of education, higher education, is very, very high in Burkina Faso. So we have 7 centers of university in the other region, because we have 13 regions. In 6 regions, we have public full university, and in the 7 other, we have center of university that we have to improve and to help them becoming full university. And we have private universities and institutes, 120. And one of them is here, Mr. Jawad, who opened his university in Burkina Faso last year, I think. So the problem with our higher education is the lack of scientists. We don't have a lot of chemists, physicians, mathematicians, and even for our secondary school, there is not a lot of teachers who are experts on those topics. So the thing we need is to see how we can help our universities to get high qualified lecturers for chemists, for physicians, mathematicians. Because if we go there, 60% of the students are in laws study, in sociology, in language. So we need to invest this situation to get experts in the scientific area and to get some who can be in technical and innovation areas. So if you are trying to develop this scientific topics in our universities, but we have to get opportunities with our partners to send our students. So when Mr. Jawad told me that Macedonia is trying to open his space for African students, I took it as a very good opportunity to get occasion to send our students in your country. So we are very, very happy to get this opportunity, which can help us to get scientists. But we need to see. I visited yesterday your center of defense center, and I know in design and political science and other topics, we really need to get partnership to send our students in your country. If you want to go ahead, you cannot stay in your country and you don't get opportunities to send your students out of your country. At this moment, our main partner for scholarship is Morocco. By year, Morocco is giving us 100 scholarship for our students. After Morocco, we have Tunisia. He's giving us 50 scholarship for our students. And we have some scholarship with Cuba, with Russia, with Egypt, and we will self, after the master degree, we send some students in French, in Canada, United States, and in Ivory Coast, and our neighbors in Senegal. And in our country, we have a lot of specialists for health, because we have 3 universities which are teaching medical science, is Ouagadougou, Bobo Dioulasso, and Waiguya. And we have sociology in Ouagadougou, in Bobo Dioulasso, in Dédougou. So a lot of topics are developing in our country, but I think that the main thing we need is to get the opportunity to open ourselves and to take the opportunity to give us to send our students here. It will be very helpful for our country. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Minister. Thank you again for you sharing with us not just, sharing facts. These are facts which you said, which are very interesting, because we also, about chemists, physicians, mathematicians, all this region is also suffering for this profession. So maybe we can think about doing something together. We will share this experience.
We will take the opportunity of you being here to sign the agreement between John Brademas Foundation and your ministry. And you can be sure that whenever we start our campus in Africa, there will be a big chunk for every country for the good students. So we will be giving every year in every African country, and that's why we cannot definitely compete with the country. We cannot give you hundreds like all of them, but we will be in 37 African countries doing that. So since you are here, we will sign with you before you go. We will do everything we can. We are actually in the process of signing with almost 80 countries. We said today that let the revolution start in the morning, and we're going to make it a big one, very big one. Thank you.
Thank you. So, the lady in our field, former Minister of Higher Education of France, the first lady minister in higher education in France, you right? Am I correct? Yeah. And I thank you. You came yesterday very late, but we thank you for your presence here. And please, the floor is yours. We can open a discussion. I know that France is very interesting and have very interesting higher educational system. Please share with us some of your experience.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. Would you allow me to speak in French too, if you have the translation? Okay. I think it will be faster. Je suis vraiment ravie. Merci beaucoup.
Indeed, I am happy. Thank you very much for the invitation. Congratulations to the University of Bonn for inviting me, but also to Titanium Capital and to the Foundation John Brothers for the funding. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Rector. And also I'd like to thank you all on this International Day of Education, January 24th, so that we have the opportunity to send this message that education depends on the government, but also all actors in the society, enterprises, the private sector, everyone should ask themselves about the role that we can play in order to improve the level of education in all the countries. The need to
l'objectif que nous avons adopté au niveau de l'ONU, qui est d'avoir d'ici 2030 une éducation de qualité accessible à tous les enfants du monde. Je veux dire qu'on est très très loin de l'atteindre cet objectif et que plus préoccupant encore, alors qu'on avait fait quelques progrès ces dernières années, on est en train de réduire nos progrès. Aujourd'hui, de mémoire, il doit y avoir quelques 260 millions d'enfants à travers le monde qui n'ont pas du tout accès à l'éducation. Mais il y a aussi quelques 300 millions d'enfants à travers le monde qui, tout en ayant accès à des écoles, n'acquièrent pas les fondamentaux dont ils ont besoin normalement à la fin de l'école primaire. Donc nous avons un vrai sujet. On aurait pu s'attendre d'ailleurs à ce que ces dernières années, compte tenu du développement des nouvelles technologies et du e-learning, on puisse avoir des réponses qui soient apportées de façon massive. On voit que c'est beaucoup plus lent que ce qu'on aurait pu imaginer. Donc c'est aussi une façon de dire, encore une fois, tous les acteurs, y compris les startups, y compris ceux qui réfléchissent, c'est l'utilisation de ces nouvelles technologies au bénéfice de l'éducation, sont invités à se mobiliser pour se demander comment améliorer les choses.
To good use in education so that we can improve the state of affairs. We are now in a university. It's very important to talk about access to universities, but we've got to bear in mind that universities would be nothing if there was no base, which means that school buildings should be constructed, teachers, well-trained teachers should be made available of that. Also means that we've got to ask regularly the question as to what it is that we've got to change in our system of education, because what we impart onto the students has got to be adapted to the challenges now. I'm speaking as a former Minister of Education, perhaps I will insist on a single item. In the world of artificial intelligence, algorithms and automation,
c'est à la fois leur capacité d'adaptation, c'est-à-dire leur capacité à apprendre tout au long de la vie. C'est naturellement ce qui fait leur différence avec une machine, c'est-à-dire leur capacité à inventer des solutions, à résoudre des problèmes sans avoir été forcément programmés mot à mot pour le faire.
So that they can solve the problems without being programmed. And finally, their interactive capacity with the other living beings, with men, with women, to understand things which a machine could never understand. These are the three qualities that we've got to bear in mind: adaptation, creativity, and human interaction. And we always have got to ask ourselves the question as to whether our educational system is prepared to transfer that onto our children. In our countries, there's a
l'impression que c'est plus rassurant de continuer à
conservatism as to
apprendre exactement
what
la
should
même
be
chose qu'on
taught at
apprenait il y
school.
a 20 ans, 30
And
ans, 40 ans.
sometimes we're at ease when we
Généralement,
know
parce qu'on
that
est
we'll
nostalgique
repeat
de notre
what
propre
we have
enfance et qu'on se dit mais on était bons,
learned
nous, à l'époque,
20,
pourquoi on
30,
ferait
40 years
différemment pour nos
ago,
enfants?
because in most
Et en fait,
cases
on ne rend
we're
pas service à
nostalgic
nos enfants
and
avec ce type de
we
réflexion. On a besoin,
say we
évidemment,
used to be good in
d'actualiser ce
education, why
qu'on
don't we do
apprend
the same
à
with
nos
our
enfants.
children? But we've got always to
Enfin, un dernier mot parce que je veux pas
teach
être
our
très longue.
children
Un dernier mot
new
pour vous dire
things.
que moi,
And in
lorsque j'ai
closing,
quitté donc
to
le
cut the story
ministère
short,
et
I will
l'univers
say that
politique
when
en
I decided
2017,
to leave the ministry and
il
the
y a
world
2
of
ans et demi de
politics
cela, j'ai
in
décidé de
2017,
partir
2
dans
and
le
a half
secteur
years
privé,
ago, I
où je
decided
viens de passer 2 ans dans une
to
entreprise qui est
get
une
employment
entreprise qui
in
fait
the
des
private
études
sector, 2 and a half
de
years in
marché,
a
des études
company that
d'opinion à travers le
actually
monde.
carries out market
Ça m'a
studies,
donné
opinion polls globally.
la chance inouïe
That
pendant ces 2 dernières années de
indeed
parcourir le
gave
monde
me a
beaucoup
true
plus que quand
chance over
j'étais
the past couple of
politicienne en
years to
France, parce que
travel
finalement,
around
quand
the
vous êtes
globe
ministre, vous êtes un peu
much more
scotché à
than
votre
when I was
siège.
a politician, because
Mais
when
j'ai
you're a
beaucoup parcouru le
minister,
monde ces 2
you
dernières
have
années
to
et une
be
chose m'a sauté aux
in
yeux.
your post.
Bien sûr,
But
on sait tous ici que les
the
défis, les
past 2
dangers,
years
les
I
menaces,
dedicated
ça
to
a été
traveling
rappelé
the
ce
world,
matin,
and I
de notre
noticed
monde
that all
sont
the challenges, but also
particulièrement forts.
all the
On est un
threats
monde en crise.
are
On est
very
un monde en
strong
crise
because the
climatique, on est un
world
monde en crise
is in a
démocratique,
period
on est
of
un monde en crise
crisis,
de confiance,
concerning the climate,
on est un monde en
democracy,
crise d'inégalité qui explose
trust,
partout.
and
Bref,
we
un
are
monde
in a
en
world
crise.
of
Eh bien, moi, ce qui m'a
inequality that
frappé
is found everywhere.
dans ces voyages que
In
j'ai pu
brief,
faire,
a world of
c'est
crisis,
de
what
constater
I
que
found
le principal rempart
bewildering
face
in
à
all
ces
that
différentes
travel,
crises,
it was
c'est la jeunesse. C'est la
observation
nouvelle
and the
génération.
conclusion that the
Les
most
médias le disent
basic
souvent à
thing
propos du changement climatique,
that
lorsqu'ils
gets
commentent
set
le
up
fait que
against
les jeunes
it all
générations
are the
vont
young
dans la
people. The
rue et
media often
reprochent
make comments
au
about
pouvoir
climate
public
change,
de
in
ne pas
particular
agir.
when
Et
young
moi,
people
qui vais très
go out
souvent
in
dans
the
des amphis
streets to
d'université à
protest
la
and
rencontre des jeunes, à leur demande, je peux vous dire qu'il n'y a pas que la question du changement climatique, sur la question des inégalités sociales, sur la question des inégalités entre les femmes et les hommes, sur la question de l'économie. On a une jeunesse dans tous les pays qui est de plus en plus à la fois consciente politiquement, sensible et d'une certaine façon radicale dans ses positions. Elle a envie de changer le monde, elle ne supporte plus qu'on ne le fasse pas. Et si je vous dis cela, c'est parce que en fait, nous avons une sacrée responsabilité face à ça. Notre responsabilité, ça n'est pas de dire très bien, on vous laisse gérer la situation parce que vous avez envie de le faire. Non. Notre responsabilité, c'est évidemment d'accompagner cette conscience citoyenne, cette envie de radicalité et de changement, de l'accompagner par tous les moyens qui soient, de l'accompagner en donnant la parole à cette jeune génération, de l'accompagner en formant cette jeune génération. C'est pour ça que moi j'ai pris la décision,
lending a friendly ear to the voice of the young people, by lending assistance to the young people.
de me consacrer à de l'enseignement universitaire dans différents pays du monde. Donc j'enseigne à la fois en France, au Liban, en Suisse, au Maroc. Mais parce que je veux passer le plus de temps possible face à cette jeunesse dans des amphis d'université qui a envie d'agir mais qui ne sait pas comment le faire. Donc je pense que notre responsabilité, notamment les anciens ministres qui sont là, c'est de nous demander dans quelle mesure nous pouvons tous le faire pour finalement éviter à cette jeunesse de tomber dans les écueils ou de se désespérer à la fin parce qu'elle aurait l'impression que ça ne change rien, sa mobilisation, alors que cette mobilisation, je peux vous dire, c'est le carburant le plus précieux que nous ayons pour affronter les crises du monde d'aujourd'hui. Donc accompagnons-la, ce sera mon dernier mot en matière d'éducation. Merci.
This is what I want to say now as a former Minister of Education. Thank you.
I thank you very much for your excellent. Did you talk like a politician now or like a professor? Half. And I have to ask you something. Are you more happy in the private sector or in being as a minister of higher education? What if you have tomorrow chance? What will you choose again, for example?
Well, actually, I think it's more comfortable to be in the private sector. Sorry to say that. For those who are in the private sector, it's more comfortable because you are not, attacked every day and so on and so on. Because politics, and secure, and politics sometimes it's very aggressive, but politics is more impactful. So you feel yourself more impactful when you are in politics. That's why, you are always like, maybe I should come back, maybe not, hesitating. But knowing both experiences is the best thing that I could recommend.
Thank you. Thank you one more time. Now we said we will fly to Dominican Republic, and before I introduce, I give to Dr. Henriando to give.
Mr. Edmundo Gil Tavares is a diplomat from the Dominican Republic. We have built relationships together, and his father, his late father, who left us sadly last year, in 32 countries. He is gonna assist in creating the faculty and actually the campus in Latin America of Fon University with the help of Professor Morales, who is director of one of the biggest universities in Latin America. I will let him tell us what he is planning to do in few words, and I thank you in advance.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you, Fon University, for hosting us in this event. Well, first of all, I would like to begin with the status of Latin American education, since it's my responsibility, since I'm the only one here from Latin America. For many years, and as a young continent, for about a little bit more than 500 years, we have a challenge of lack of history, like Europe, like Asia, like Africa. And we are seeing right now the difference between seeing long-term to a medium-term and short-term. However, in the universities, and particularly in the Dominican Republic, that last year we end up for being after Guyana, that grew a lot because of a lot of oil that they found. The biggest economy in growth in Latin America, we grow about 6%. And that was because of two events in education that have done in the last 10 years. The first one, 7 years ago, the Dominican Republic have changed to a 4% of their annual GDP to invest it in education. And second of all, from that amount, we have invested almost 60% in technical and higher education. Why technical? Because we have a lot of brain drains that go abroad will never come back. And also, we noticed that what we're teaching in the university was totally different of what we were needed in the private industry or even in the government. So we make an alliance to have discussion of what the private sector needs, from simple technical mechanics to the superintendent of gold mines, petroleum industry, and all of that things. And now we are exporting the talent to the region in the Caribbean. Saying that, one of the things that is climbing us is the fact that before we were having like a pyramid. When you have a few very talented, very well-educated people, and then goes to the baseline to the normal bachelor and normal high school people. Right now, we are more like another two pyramids together, because we have grown a lot the technical education, and that goes to the higher education. Now the professionals or technical doesn't have to go abroad, and basically they're growing the economy from internally. That includes the agricultural. We have passed since 2017 to being a net importer of food. And now when you go to the Dominican Republic, we have a very huge amount of crops that not only for internal and for tourists like you that go to Punta Cana, Puerto Plata, and all the tourist destinations, but also to export. We have more interested in the education because we are forming also the professional from our neighbors' countries, like Haiti. We have about 15% of the population in the higher education are from Haiti. And in the normal system of the initial education, primary school and secondary school, the number grows up to 25. So now we end up not only the responsibility for our own citizen, but the responsibility of the region. That goes to agreements with universities like Cuba, Mexico, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Argentina. And today, unfortunately, the growing research in the South America, only from the top ranks of university, you will find one from Buenos Aires and one from Mexico, that is UNAM. So we have a long path to go as a education, but we feel the future is bright. We bet in the students and young generations to be able to succeed us in a sustainable development goal with the ODS from the UN and all that things. Finally, I will encourage everybody in the room really to think about what Henry said in the morning about how many people have not the privilege to have education, food every day. And it's for us, we have the responsibility really, as we have the privilege to be here, to pass that information and to help them to be what they want to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again, Edmundo. If you now would allow me to give the word to Dr. Ghazan Fergur. He was the head of the dental school in King Saud University in Riyadh. He was one of the pioneer orthodontists in the world, probably the first one to do orthodontist outside America and UK. And he is gonna help us to start with a dental school very soon here, in this very building. I mean, this complex. And let's see what he will say.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you, Sefer. I'm very glad to be here. Why we are here? To share our experience with Macedonia and with people, with our brother, okay? And why dentistry? I'm traveling a lot. More than 50% of Uber driver, they are high educated people. But there's no dentist as an Uber driver. If you start to talk about education, global, and what we say, development, we have to be sure for, first of all, for innovation. What we need in future. In our country, in Turkey, we have more than 50,000 agriculture engineers jobless. And we are still importing food. We have to plan very well. That's the most important thing. When I went to Saudi Arabia, I used to work for the royal family, and after that I mentioned I should help these people. And we start with a dental health education system. Okay, what we are going to do even in Macedonia. Because if you open a dental school, the first dentist you will get in 6-7 years to go to the practice. But there are another things with collaboration of Minister of Education and Minister of Health. We can do preventive dentistry, preventive health, which is important for all countries, and Macedonia will be maybe the pioneer of the African countries, because the world is now so small, maybe for the Latin American countries, because everybody needs education, but without health, you cannot good educated people. How we are going to start our program? I think we should have some education system starting from the primary schools in Macedonia to teach the children, even the teacher, how to get a good health, because health starts with teeth. Everybody has 2 eyes, but 32 teeth, you know. That's why we are here to help Fon University. We are very proud to be part of the Fon University and to help the Macedonian people, the region, and the whole world. Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler.
I want to have a little break, not you to go from the words, because we have some announcement. We promise to keep coming with more announcement, not only today, every month, maybe every semester as well. So I'm going to ask Professor Dr. Karim Eruaki to let us know what's next.
Thank you for your patience. It gives me great pleasure to announce the list of the recipients of the doctorate honoris causa. What you saw is only the people who made it here in Skopje, but you didn't hear about the people who received and confirmed with great honor, and they were very flattered by the distinction, and they are all prominent scientists, former head of state, and scholars.
If you may allow me, that will be later. He's just letting you know. And now there will be the announcement of 10 new things happening in Fon, here in this complex.
Thank you. So I will start first of all just with the people who received the honor and confirmed in writing. I will start by the former Prime Minister of Italy and former President of the European Commission, Professor Dr. Romano Prodi. It also gives me great honor, and particularly of the presence of Edward Nell, Senator Paul Sarbans of the United Senate. We even invited his son, Congressman, but unfortunately, because of the impeachment, he couldn't make it. It gives me also great pleasure to tell you that former President of the European Parliament and head of the EU diplomacy, Dr. Josep Borrell. It gives me also great pleasure to confirm the President of Sierra Leone, Brigadier General retired Julius Madabiu. It gives me great pleasure also to name Nobel laureate Robert Schiller, Luc Montagny, Nobel laureate in medicine, Diego El Casar Silva of the EE School in Spain, the former Minister of Defense and the former head of the CIA, our colleague Panetta, Leon Panetta, the Dr. George Matthews, the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Northeastern University, and the co-founder of the World Alliance, the World Leaders Alliance Club de Madrid, which gather all the former prime ministers and presidents of the world. It gives me great pleasure also to confirm the President of Lebanon, General Michel Aoun. It gives me also great pleasure to announce former President of Nigeria, Obasanjo, who is a great man of education. He owns himself the Bell University of Technology in Abeokuta. It gives me also great pleasure to announce the Vice President of Ecuador and the President of El Salvador. I don't go the names just to be quick. The President of Colombia, the Moroccan Minister of Higher Education, to a great surprise to many of you here, we decided unanimously between Henry and Sefer to give a statement of courage to a man who has to leave an unjust system. We award a Dr. honoris causa to Carlos Ghosn, the Lebanese who was in the news everywhere, attacking him from all the sides, where the French government didn't do much to him. We also awarded the Dr. honoris causa to the former president of Dominican Republic. He has an impressive CV, and he's a man also of education, and he contributed tremendously. Maybe somebody will be wondering why all this mix of politicians and, anybody who works in the lobby, if you want to go any further in education, you have to be and to do a lot of compromises. And you have to work with everybody. And if you want to develop a new campus or an extension of your university overseas, you must have, as I said to our Prime Minister here this morning, you need to partnership with them in order to help you, because they are in the last resort, the decision makers. And I would like now to go to the list that will be really announced in 4 days in Cairo, which is involving, strictly speaking, the people of the Arab League, starting by His Royal Highness, the King of Saudi Arabia, and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, His Royal Highness, the King of Morocco, Mohammed VI. Then I will go to the President of Egypt, the President of Tunisia, the President of Syria, Assad, the President of all the Emir in the United Arab Emirates, Sultanate Oman, Qatar, and Bahrain, all the Emir. And this will be announced on the spot at the Arab League that Titanium Capital, FON, and Jobra Damas are sponsoring. And this is a special event that will be taking place on the 29th of January. I would like to go to the second important event, what I will call the implementation of this list. That may appear like anybody will look at the website and he will see. I remember one day, and it was very funny in America to say, "Do you know Bill Clinton?" He said, "Yes, I know it." But the question is, does he know you? Now, when you see all these impressive names, everybody will say, well, it's very easy in internet. You can just pull names and put them on the website and you have Harvard. I want to assure you that everybody that is in the list has confirmed in written. It is absolutely no joke. You have to take it very seriously. So this is a very important endeavor. We do have the means. We are one of the major hedge funds, and we have the means, and we're going to do it. We are not making any money as far as titanium, to make it very clear to everybody. Ourselves, we are assisting the development of higher education in the world.
If I may interrupt you, we did not buy phone like some of the rumors.
So I wanted to make it very clear. And myself, I have absolutely no salary. So this is very important for you to know.
That's good. From now on, no salary.
To make it clear that our field of work, we are in Titanium Capital, but we are dedicating ourselves to develop higher education. And we are really pleased and honored that most of my dear friends here, Charles Goodhart, Willy Semler, Edward Nell, Bob Mundell, they were able to make it, to give you just a taste of who will be involved. All the people who received the doctorate honoris causa are waiting for us to go see them. From Nobel laureate Werner Arba that you saw on the screen, Federico Mayor Zaragoza, and Romano Prodi is waiting for us. He wanted to come, but he couldn't make it. Mr. Borrell, we'll have to go to see him in Brussels. Paul Sarbens, we are arranging with Edward Nell and Henry. Mr. Leon Panetta, and he will be happy also, as he said also to Henry, to open up a collaboration with the University of California in Santa Clara. And he has a beautiful institute where Mr. Nell will be giving a lecture on the name of Fon University very, very soon with the Leon Panetta Institute for Public Policy. And then we'll start the series. It gives me also great pleasure to announce something very important. It's what I call the tools to implement this theoretical framework and the Board of Trustees. It gives me great honor to announce the launching of the Federico Mayor Zaragoza lectures, Robert Mundell lectures, Willy Semler lectures, Charles Goodhart lectures, John Bradamas lectures, Boutros Ghali lectures, Arner Werber lectures. So those are going to be financed by Titanium Capital, and from each of people I cited, they will provide me with the list of bright scholars that they will come here at FON to give a lecture on their behalf to honor them. From Robert Mundell, Edward Nell, Willy Semler, and Charles Goldhart, I will be following up with all you guys to have the list from you that we can start the program. It gives me also great honor to launch the Titanium Capital Professorship in honor of Edward Nell. We call it Titanium Capital Professorship of Transformational Growth, Macroeconomics, and Money. For Robert Mundell, Professorship, Titanium Capital Professorship of International Monetary Economics. For Willy Semler, Titanium Capital Professorship of Macrodynamics and Empirical Evidence. For Professor Charles Goodhart, Titanium Capital Professor of Finance and Banking. For Werner Arber on Evolutionary Genetics and Microbiology. And for Federico Mayor, the name was Titanium Capital of Human Development and Culture of Peace. This is the second share after the UNESCO on Culture of Peace. And again, we will be inviting each owner of this professorship to come to give the first lecture. And we'll be inviting guests from all over the world for each event. And all the professorship will be here present also. It gives me also great honor in the strategy of SEFER in renaming the faculties. After long discussion between myself, Henry, and Edward Nell, I think one of the best model that we love is the British system. And we saw that the model of Oxford and Cambridge, well, we have FON University, but within FON University we will have colleges, or what we call faculties. And each faculty will be distinct for itself, and it can promote itself by the image you want to project. So it will give us great pleasure to announce the creation of the Boutros Boutros-Ghali School of International Affairs and Diplomacy. That will be like the Woodrow Wilson School of International Affairs at Princeton University. It will give also a great pleasure to call the economics faculty the Mundell-Nell School of Economics and Politics and Political Science. So we will go in the system of London School of Economics and Political Science. It will be really a miniature of the London School of LSE, and I'm sure that Charles Goodhart will help tremendously with this. It gives me also great pleasure that we're going to be creating a special school in the name of John Bradamas, the School of Public Service and Governance. It's like the Warren School of Public Service at NYU, New York University. And we are still, the announcement of two important schools. We're going to be naming the medical school after Werner Arber. The name will be the Werner Arber School of Medicine. He is the greatest genetician of the 20th century. And he committed to make an arrangement with the University of Bâle. They will help us, the Basel University, they will help us to build up the medical school. The Swiss will be giving us all the support. Also, we will name the Faculty of Pharmacy under the name of Federico Mayor, the Federico Mayor Zaragoza School of Pharmacy, with the commitment with the oldest school in Spain of pharmacy. It has 150 years, Granada, and they will provide all the programs and also the teachers and the training. So this is for the moment the announcement that I would like to make. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
El Presidente, thank you. Thank you, Henry. I mean, it looks big, right?
It is big.
Can you tell me why Macedonia? Why from here? What was your idea? Why to start? I mean, you explain us upstairs a little bit, but maybe you should make it more clear for the people who want to know, because I don't want them to be shocked from what they heard, to be honest.
Well, today we didn't give any credit to the World Union of Poets, the Arabian Culture Information Center, the Arab Inventors, the Arab Science Club. In the Arab League, which is now 77-year-old, I'm sad to say that they are not usually in a league. Same like the divided nation, because they say they are united, but then someone will just raise a veto and then 5 million people get killed. In the Arab League, they never agreed on anything. In 77 years. Never. The only thing they agreed on, all of them, really, that it worked, is the Arab Inventors in 2013. We collected 180,000+ patents. 180,000 patents. And those guys who had those patents, nobody gave them any money. Some of them, they were put in jail. Many of them were killed. Just were killed so that someone take and do it under his name, under some royal. I'm not here to say things to be on the news, but I want to tell you that in the Arab League, we have so many things that we want to implement. The same thing in the Latin America, the same thing in Africa, and all the efforts we are doing. As I said, there will be 102 countries involved with Phone University. We are going to sign with every one of them. There is another list that because he was, Dr. Karim probably didn't want to make you bored and fall asleep. It will be with the governments where we already have either the offices or the agreements. Now, to come back to your question, why phone? Why Macedonia? Actually, if I went to do this in any big university, maybe we could only make a little difference, 10, 15, 20%. But I want to do this mainly for the people of Macedonia, because the first time I came to Macedonia, I gave my passport, and it was like 8 passports together because of the stamps and the visas. And they said, wow, I'm talking about the very first person I've seen on the passport control. Can you find me a job abroad? Okay. He has a job. Okay. And then in the hotel, at the check-in desk, can you find me a job abroad? And then wherever I go, I even went to, I don't know if I should say that, Mr. Sofroniewski, should I say? Some people in the ministries, they ask me for jobs. I mean, working already. They ask me for job abroad. By the way, Marianne did a great job introducing me to very good people and some of the biggest losers that I cannot believe that they were selling their country in that way. I was introduced to people that they said, come invest in our country. We will give you 10-year exemption. You don't pay any tax. And we have the cheapest labor in Europe. So I was thinking, so somebody will come now, make a factory. He will pay 200 euro for all the workers, make billions, not pay any tax. After 10 years, we'll go. And then when I actually kept coming to this country, I realized that they don't only do that. After 10 years, they are not, it's not enough. They changed the name of the company, and now they start another 10 years. Wow. And then when I was traveling in many countries, I met many Macedonians that I was asking, I'm friendly with anyone who would serve me food or job in the hotel or anything. And I asked, where are you from? Because I see their faces not local. And they said, I'm from a country that I'm sure you never heard of. So where are you? I'm European, but okay, but what country? We are like close to Greece, and everybody think we are in Greece. And, okay, but what's the country? And I knew what they meant. It was Macedonia. And I felt pain because why these guys are ashamed of saying I'm from Macedonia? And why they are leaving with these numbers. Only in Malta, probably, I met 1,000 Macedonians. And I never met anyone who said, I'm Macedonian. Even last week, I think I was with my little sister, Magdalena, and we entered a shop, and he said, I'm Albanian. And then when we asked him more, he said, I'm from Macedonia. Last week, this very last week. So I'm doing this for these people, for them to be proud of Macedonia, proud of their countries, and for them to come back, because they all want to go out, all. So I'm doing this for these people, because it's not a matter of propaganda. We will never make 1 cent from education. In Titanium Capital, we have been in the market since 2006. We did, in one job on NASDAQ, $43 billion, but we never did 43 cents from education or medication or anything that is from the medium size, medium level people, or even the poor. We never made 1 cent from anybody from the poor, not in selling food, not in selling nothing that the people can do. So here in Macedonia, we're gonna rock. We're gonna start the revolution from Macedonia. As I said, Macedonia will be known in 102 countries. We will have agreements with 102 countries. We will be giving scholarships from Macedonia to 102 countries, not only in Africa. And we ask God to bless that. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, now let's go to local floor. So there is one professor who just recently came to be a part of Phone University as a professor emeritus. He was many years in the State University Faculty of Law, one of the best professors, and also used to be a Minister of Foreign Affairs, right? Professor Denko Maleski, share with us your experience. So you came from a state university to a private, and now we are doing something else. So how did you find out all these things?
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. I almost forgot the topic that I came for. This huge celebration was something that I haven't experienced very often, and I give my congratulations to the Phone University that was so kind as to elect me as Professor Emeritus, something that my university did not do. So, and I hope that I can contribute with my experience. The thing I wanted to talk today was the relation between education and democracy. We have a democratic system for some 29 years now. We have political parties, we have a parliament, we have a government, we have state institutions, but something is missing. What is missing, in fact, is the spirit of the laws, the values in the people. And that is something which comes only through education. Now, I have not met a single person in the world. He can come from Afghanistan or Pakistan, and we come to agree if he is a liberal mind. And I find great difficulties to come to agreement with local nationalists, my neighbors say. So this is something that really impressed me in the past decades, shall I say, since I've been professor. I was not impressed by what Huntington wrote about the clash of civilizations. War is a state of nature, clashes are a state of nature, but what emancipates us, that is the liberal mind. What we must understand when we try to explain how come we elect a special public prosecutor and then we discover that the lady was a fraud. In its deepest sense, democracy is not the institutions, it is the state of mind of each individual. Now, the main effort is on the part of the professors to start reading the right books, since, as you know, up till some 30 years, we were part of a ideological system which tore out one page of the great history of political thought, Marxism, and made a dogma out of it. And imagine 30 years ago, most of my colleagues, around 40, were facing this exceptional challenge. What to do? They felt that they were too young to say it's the end of our careers, but too old to say we start from scratch. And that is the moment we started going back to history. Our faculty was renamed according to a Roman Emperor, Justinian, and our state policy very soon took up on nationalism, just like the Greeks on the other side of the borders. Liberal minds would have never done that. We lost 30 years in this conflict that we had between Macedonia and Greece. Because of that fact, liberal minds in Greece and in Macedonia are weak, are few. They are strong, but are few. So, our main aim in the future as educators is to create these types of liberal minds, to open the minds to students who will be able to communicate and will experience what I personally have experienced, and most probably most of you have experienced, that you can talk to anybody on the globe. If he is a liberal mind, you'll find perfect understanding of the problems. And this is what makes states lag behind, like Macedonia, which turned to nationalism. Greece turned to nationalism. Other Balkan states did the same. Why? Because it is the easiest thing to do. The easiest way to mobilize, the easiest way to win elections. 30 years, Macedonian politicians and Greek politicians won elections on this question of the name. And maybe they will win another time in the next elections in a month. So, liberal minds are the barrier to this nationalism. And I cannot overstate the importance that professors have in creating such liberal minds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Denko Maleski, we were planning to be in the Department of PhD area, like a director of the PhD programs, so we will have to discuss in the future now with the new things we are doing. So let's go next with our competitor, actually, from Balkan University, right? If I say competitor, I mean...
Are you sure?
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. Yeah. So how do you see this thing, what we are doing? How do you see how we can improve together things? How we can make these countries better picture what we do? Now, we said we don't do it just for television, but we have all the higher educational institutions, all the workers in higher education. We have to give an effort and to try to avoid those popular ego of ours, and to try to do, because we are a landlocked country, we are a small country, no natural resources, and we have our young generation, they want to leave the country, as Dr. Henry Abdo said. It's also, his impression is totally true, because we are facing with our students every day, if they have chance, they will leave. But we are trying to change these things, and what do you think we should do together to improve and to stop what is happening with this country?
Okay. in the name of my university, the presence of me here among you is showing the first steps that we are already in the right and the common path to communicate and cooperate. We already had a communication and cooperation with the foreign university, so from this moment probably we'll start to communicate and cooperate more delightfully. Related, all the doctors are in the politics, by the way. I just must say that. I mean, so, well, starting from this point, I mean, God doesn't drink blood, and God doesn't gamble. So we have serious philosophical issues which we must debate and solve related with the educational system, especially when we speak about the peace and sustainable educational systems. So we are speaking about we have an ironia of being a local and acting the global. But when we analyze the philosophy or background of universalism or universities, which is coming and taking the word from universe, we have a totally, let's say, order. We don't have a chaos. We don't possess any more non-stable situations. So if we identify our institutions today like universities by copying from the term universality, which Kant, Nietzsche, and the other philosophers insisted of, let's say, stimulating the humanity to become a universal and to have a universal values. So the sum of everything are the universities. We took the name from the universe, from the cosmos, or from the order. There is no place for non-sustainable and collapsed, or let's say, non-regulated issues in the universe. Everything is designed perfect, is functioning perfect. So in the first stage, like universities, we must follow the rule or the path of universality, which means we must transform our universities literally universal status. It means that we don't have any more time to deal with the localism and the local viruses, including nationalism, including stereotypes, including complex, or which are the sum of some kind of ego. So including or following the steps of the universalities, we must build the universities or universums. I'm repeating, that is coming. But in the center of this order, in the center of this sustainability, in the center of this peace, which our main topic today is peace and sustainable educational system, or education generally speaking, we must put in the center, in the spirit of universality, in the spirit of order, knowledge and wisdom. Yes, it is very fashionable nowadays in 21st century to speak about the projects, about the agreements, to send our students to travel, to have an experience. Yes, those are the childs of universality. But I'm afraid that it may come like Marx says, the revolutions in the end eats his own childs. We must also take a consideration that our childs must be healthy and developing, and we must see the days of adolescency. So it means that instead of insisting, implementing only the projects, we must put in the center of this balancing situation, or in the center of the harmony, the wisdom or education, or the person or individuals who will accumulate the wisdom and educations are academicians. So in the center of the universities, we must put again, we must return the academia, or with the other words, professors. We must give to the students that honor and privilege, that satisfaction to receive the universal values with the moral values, and to percept and transform to the young generations, which Professor Denko explained it, to give them that liberal thoughts. But there is one virus here. We must be careful. Consumerism, aggressive capitalism. We must be aware about those two phenomena, because universality or universums are not accepting that. Then we force God to play or to make a gambling or drink of blood. So we must have put again the academia in the top of in the center of the universum, the wisdom and the knowledge in the center of the universe. When we will combine all those phenomena in one holy grail, then we will be freely to drink that holy grail and will become a spirit of the God. In metaphorical sense, we will speak it. So the spirit of the God is education or knowledge with the other words. Normally, catching the universality must to bring communication, cooperation. Without the communication and cooperation, we cannot follow that path of philosophical path of cooperation. With the other word, our universities must become pathway for our future generations. We must open our universities and give them possibilities and chances to use our universal titles, or let's say the identity of universum, and to have a chance to transform their knowledge with the other universities. With the other words, we must open the doors of our universities like a pathway to the other students. To start at IBU, to continue at FON, and to graduate at Colorado, I don't know, in some university in the world, or Turkey, or European universities. By circulating the knowledge and wisdom, I think that we will approach to the era of, let's say, sustainability and the peace. But if we act locally with the title universe and try to homogenize our interests in one universe, or with the other words, if we transform our universities like a conserva, which we say in the Balkan, then we cannot produce wisdom. Because conserva, only you can eat that and satisfy yourself, but not in universe. We must open that, release that wisdom. Humbly, I think that we must follow at least the universal values, or at least we must have a bombing or pumping values. Universities must be the pumping values centers of wisdom and science. Normally, cooperation and collaborations are the methodology how we will implement. Thank you, Mr. Sefer.
Thank you, dear colleague. Thank you for you being here. Of course, we all have to open our possibilities. But now let's go to our friend from Switzerland, the president of Swiss UMF University, Professor Dr. Javed Sangdel, who is cooperating with FON University since last summer. So we have maybe 6-7 months of experience of cooperating together. We offer double degree diplomas in the Faculty of Law, Faculty of Political Science, and Faculty of Economics and Business. So what this guy did for us, he gave us, because we know the fees in Switzerland are very expensive. So he said, I give to you and to FON and to your students and to your country to pay the local price and have possibility to have double degree with Switzerland. So he's an excellent teacher, but he is president of this university, and they have a wonderful castle, I would say, 600 years old, where they are based in Geneva, and maybe we will visit you with our new team soon, okay? Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, dear surfer brother and scholars, professors. Before I start my speech, I present my apologize if I am direct. Because sometimes if you're direct, the people don't like you. Why I'm direct? Because I'm son of a general. We're talking about three main issues and three problems, majors: education, peace, and sustainable development. Why we have these issues? We don't need to give the description. We know how the description. According to me, I have experienced more than 128 countries. I know why you have the problem. Because we have the leader by accident. All problem that we have, because these people manage our country, our global world, and they don't know how to manage. A great leader can tell the people and expend the billions of dollars, and after 20 years, we come and we start negotiation. That means they're all by accident. What's our job as educators, as professors, to stop produce the leader by accident, and to stop produce the leader. From now, we must, all of us, take the decision to produce the leaders with the ethical, with love, with the passion, love of the country, and with love the global world. I'm a global citizen. I am of African, I'm of from Asian, and of European. I come from a country, one of the rich countries in the world. But I live in one of the country, poor country in the world, Switzerland. We don't have any natural resources. But why become rich? Because we don't have leader by accident. If you ask any scholar here, who is the president of Switzerland? We don't know. You cannot give the name. If yes, please give me the name of president of Switzerland. Who is the president of Switzerland? Because you live in Switzerland. I don't know personally. Because for us, the society is more important than leaders. And this is the problem. If you ask my origin country, which is one of the top country in the world, rich country, we are a poor country. Why? Because we have rich leaders. Poor country, they have rich leaders. And rich country, they have poor society. Before this morning, we talked about African poor country. There's no poor country in Africa. Please give me which poor country in Africa. I don't know. If there's no Africa, there's no Europe. But I'm sorry, Mr. Minister, we have poor leaders that they don't know how to manage. And for example, the GDP of 54 African countries, today is less than one country, France. It's not that France, they're more intelligent. No, because they know how to help their society. And this country, where they have resources, natural resources, and young generation, they are living with the poverty. This is because of lack of leaders. And this is our duty, this responsibility, to stop this kind of produce leaders and teach to them ethical things. And teach to them, love your country, love your family, because the society also is part of your family. This is the main problem of education. We are not talking about the role of lecturers, professors. How you can help your education if the salary of your professors is $200, $500? How you can give the real knowledge to your students that your professor there is not stable in his home? He's working in 10 places. How you can give the right education for your country that your budget of your university is less of 2% of a rich country? For my welcome country, Switzerland, we have 1 billion franc Swiss or $1 billion budget of one public universities. And if I take the example of my origin country, Afghanistan, which is a great country, maybe is off of 10% of this, which is not for all private university. This means we have these issues of accident leaders. The second thing, sustainable development. We cannot bring sustainable development because there's a global competition. We are talking about globalization, but we are not talking about localizations. Locally, we know what's the meaning of the globalization. And you are trying to people be global. How you can be global if you don't know locally? Before to global, help inside and become strong inside. Once you become strong inside, of course you can think globally. If I never come in Switzerland, how I can be a global man? My suggestion, last point is, I think it's very short. This important point we cannot cover in 2-3 minutes. My suggestion is, create the great professors' lectures. Do more respect for professor than a president. For example, look, there's no media because there's no president. There's a poor lectures, there's no media. Because we do more respect for the politician, but less for the lecturers, professors. If you want to help our country, help lecturers, help professors, give the good salary, and let them to do their job, and of course we can help the country. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, dear Sefer, also for these opportunities. Of course, we have more time to exchange with the students and help them, for example, to become the ethical leader of today, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is today. The future is now. And of course, we have this section with the student.
We started, brother. We started today. Yeah, you're correct. Mr. Ishola, are you ready to speak? Do you have what to say? Do you like our country? Are you going to work? Are we going to rock?
Well,
of course.
Well, I think at the real point, let's be efficient. Let us be efficient. We are not efficient. We African now, we wait 60 years. After 60 years, we're still underdeveloping. Why? That's a question mark. Why? 60 years.
I can answer you.
Just answer. Comment.
Because of the United Nations. They sent you money to buy food instead, and in the same time, they sent you weapons under that umbrella. I was in the Peace Forum, and they were all speaking, and the biggest in Paris, and the biggest speaker was the French president, who is number 3 maybe in the world selling weapons. And he was lecturing about peace all day, and he was so convincing. I almost believed him.
I take your points. Let's move ahead. Move ahead because you say, I think that I take your point, Jawad. When you say you have to be yourself, do you think that I'm not French, I'm not English, I'm African. But believe me, my son don't no longer speak my language. We didn't teach them. Our culture is not learned. We lost our culture. How can you have education without your own culture? Question mark. That's a real question. That's why we lost. We have to blend education and culture. If you don't do that, you can't move ahead at all. You have to find your efficiency out of it now. The point of it, if I do my mathematics in my language, it's not the same if I say it in French. It's not possible. That's why we lost. That's the question. We have to give a goal to education to create wealth. If you don't create wealth, you can't have education. We lose. We have geographies, more than 1,000 geographies. We don't need them. We create something we don't need. We African, we produce what we don't eat. We eat what we don't produce. We have medicine. We don't use our own medicine. We do everything outside. Our mental is colonized. That means that we have to do something different. 60 years is lost. It's not an issue. It can't be an issue. We have something else to do. The first solution is, let's use the word Balkan. We have what we call African Balkanization. That's the issue. Before we were together, now we scatter away. We have Benin, we have Nigeria, we have everything. We are together at all. And the Hausa, they are African. The Swahili, they are Africans. But you don't just take your education based upon common acceptance. If you don't do it, you waste your time. To my point of view, there is one solution now. Let's first of all, come back to the realities. Education, culture. If you don't teach yourself your own people their own culture, if you don't get your son his own culture, he won't find his ways out at all. If you don't see that if you put seed in the soil, you expect crops. If you don't spend well your money, you can't find a ways out. You can't find a solution out. That's why we need to invest and get crops. When you give we have to look at something together in Africa now. Let's put everything together, our culture together. I'm a Yoruba. A Yoruba is not a Yoruba from Benin. I'm a Yoruba from Nigeria. I'm a Yoruba from over there. I'm a Hausa. Far from that. We are together. We have to run something which we don't need borders. We are not Balkan, but we are more than Balkan in Africa. The Balkanizers, they divide everything else. But we have now come back to the realities now. I want to be somebody, an African from here and from elsewhere. We think together we have to be developers ourselves. We have to give education the role of develop something. Our education has to be vocational. That's why I take your point. We have to be vocational. We have to create some little job because they want to create wealth. It's not being some teacher, it won't be efficient. A teacher is not efficient. The man who went to school is more efficient than we are. We have to look at something different. That's why we have to gain some time now. We have a solution. Because now, when we have the telephone GSM now, people who went to school know how to use GSM immediately. They do it. They don't need to go to school to use GSM. They can use their own SMS. They can read WhatsApp now. They don't need to go to school. That's why we have now some opportunity. We have internet. We have communication. We have robotic. We have artificial intelligence. We can do LMS. We can do everything. Because in Africa, we don't have classroom. We don't have books. No classroom, no books, no teachers, no light, no energy, no internet. So while we have a solution, we thought something different. That's why we should find something different. Sit together, find a common asset. Because the ODD, what the World Bank say, nothing. You can't find a solution there. First of all, accept ourselves as our African. Be together, work together, think together, find a common solution, a common approach for what we are doing now. That's what I'm here. I'm so happy. I discuss with everybody here. We find a solution together. That's why we have a foundation who make all our foundation for African development. That's why we are here for. Thanks a lot.
I want to share a story with you. We went to more than 18 African countries, offering them free education, not in devices, because maybe they cannot afford the GSM you spoke about. We offered them free education on TV, live, 10 faculties live on TV for free. And then we offered that we will send every 3 months professors to make tests and see what the people, and they can come to the municipality. Not all of them have TV, but they can go to their aunt who has a TV. And if someone go and say, can I watch we offer to do the program from 8 to 2, 2 to 8, and then again in the night on 7 days a week, so that if they missed it on Monday, they can watch it Monday afternoon, they can watch it Wednesday in the night. And we expected that the 18 countries that we went to, the total over the world was almost 70. They will all be very happy. Again, they were very happy. They took some photos that I never seen. And nobody agreed. We offered that we pay for the broadcasting. Nobody agreed. Why? Because the minister who was supposed to give us the license, he either owned a university or he was supported by an owner of a university, and he didn't allow. We offered in some countries devices, and sadly that the kids end up watching wrong things, playing wrong things on the devices. That's why we wanted to even go more crazy to the television. It was a crazy idea from us, and honestly, in over 60 countries, they all refused. I was wishing I find one minister of education who will accept that that an old mother who didn't have a chance because they forced her to get married in some country when she was 10 maybe, she can now open the TV, and instead of watching some serial, she could watch Faculty of Law all day in English. We will try to do that maybe in the future for the people who we cannot send. We will try to start this crazy idea, but this time with power. We will not go with the smiling faces and knowing that we didn't even know that nobody would refuse. Now, this time we want to maybe launch this again from higher place, with some little support from the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we will make another break with Mr. Dr. Eruaki so that you don't get bored. If you may allow him, please.
Thank you. On the suggestion of former Director General of UNESCO, Federico Mayor, following a discussion on the phone, he insisted on the importance of peace building and the event that will take place in Cairo at the Arab League.
And in Madrid later on.
Yeah, and later on in Madrid. And with my short comment to the former Minister of Higher Education, it may be sound when we look at honoring several head of states, we may not agree on many things they do. And from my 25 years work on field work, it happened, I was in Iraq when they were bombing Iraq. I was in Lebanon when they were killing people. I was doing work inside those countries. I know what the war means, and I know who's dictator is not dictator. But the problem when you have a dictator who doesn't appear dictator, but he's worse than the dictator. So I don't want to go into further comment, but it is very important. I am not happy at all of what happened in Libya. I'm not happy at all what happened in Egypt. I was part of it because I was working on behalf of some important institutions. I will not go into details, but it's the intelligence I have about this. Maybe it's a little bit complicated to explain, but it's very important to see the maintenance of peace. We cannot decide in the place of Syrians. We cannot decide in the place of the Egyptian. And it doesn't matter how powerful Washington is or Paris. And this is something that we have to understand very well. I like the comment of this morning of Professor Edward Nell. A lot of dangerous things are happening. Being myself Canadian and American and Moroccan and also Spanish, when I look at what's going on in America, I'm not happy at all. What is happening in many countries, but the main thing, what makes us very strong in this case, in Titanium, myself and Henry, that we have no economic interest. We're not going to have a contract to build a new airport in Damascus. We are not having a contract to build a pipeline for oil between Iraq and Lebanon. We have no interest in getting any gold license in Sierra Leone or in Guinea. So we are very clear about this. And I just made the comment before, if this American, an Englishman, a German man, a Moroccan man, a Lebanese, and a Canadian, Bob Mundell, working on a common currency where no government is paying us. We're doing it ourselves because we think this is the right thing to do. If Mr. Ishola is here, he could be head of state 2 times. He refused. His wife, she is the Minister of Justice. He was guiding a lot of politicians. So sometimes we might have maybe to make a compromise with, I will not say evil, but this is a way of that we have to work with people. We cannot say no. And if we are working, I remember I have to pay a great respect to President Erdogan and Jose Luis Zapatero, when in 2005 they created the Alliance of Civilization at the United Nations. And they asked Don Federico Mayor to preside over this. And a time where we were under the Bush II, it was very, very hard. But these people, they have to enter into dialogue. Are we happy with what's going on? If we do honor somebody, we have just to sign. A lot of people, they were saying, why Obama received the Nobel Prize, the Peace Nobel? He didn't do anything. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I don't remember the gentleman who's on the left side of the minister. He said we have to build a state of mind. But Obama did that successfully. Well, we don't have to go into it, but this is just the big address he did in Cairo. It doesn't seem that he was in complete agreement with the president of Egypt. But this is very important. That was a very encouragement, I will say, symbolic sign sent in by the Norwegian Committee of the Peace. That was very important. We have to encourage people. For example, if I speak about Carlos Rosen, not because I have some, or my good friend Henry, we have some financial interest with Carlos Rosen. We're going to build an automobile factory. But I think to stand for the truth and courage. This thing will never happen in America. Why it will happen in Japan? Why the French government didn't do anything about it? He's French. So maybe he found that only Lebanon will give him the support. And we have absolutely zero interest with him. But we have to stand for that man, for principles. This is as clear as I can be. This is very important. And I will give you another story that maybe you don't know it. You have here 2 professors at the new school, which is one of the most prestigious schools that has been founded by Columbia University 100 years ago. Why? Because the scientists and the social scientists did not want to sign and to support the government of the United States to go into war. Because the university has to be independent. We don't have to be guided by nobody, the White House or the Elysee or whoever. And it's good that we have our money, then we don't have to need them. That's very important. So the independence of the institution, that we can honor even a dictator, maybe by honoring him, we will be more closer to him to change his state of mind. To sit down with Bashar al-Assad. Henry, who's here, he had a meeting with him, with Erdogan, with all these people. But we can only act when we know them very close, when they can trust us. That we're not coming here because we want to change Russia for America or for France. And when Dr. Henry was talking about the Paris Peace Conference, we were there with Macron, and we are asking him these questions. When one time we're talking about peace, on the other side, you want to sell arms. Last time I was talking to the Prime Minister of Serbia, he said, well, could we do some business in Africa? I said, which kind of business? We're selling arms. In the 21st century, you want to sell arms to Africa for what? They're going to kill each other. So I think it's very important that the university, and I agree with the gentleman close to the Minister of Higher Finance, Komaleski, when he said, and also the gentleman from Switzerland, when he said, well, now there is no more media, there is no more show because there is no more politician in the government. But I think professors, leaders like Del Bosque will bring more peace. There is a dream for children. Anyone in Africa, I lived in Africa. I never saw a country so famous than Spain, Real Madrid and Barcelona. And the dream, and people when they go to see the TV, they are all very calm. They are talking to each other. So football play also very important. And I would like to thank my colleague, the ambassador of Spain in Guinea, convincing the Spanish government to develop sport diplomacy to help students. The same time the student, they will come study in phone, and they can go also to do sports and to maybe to realize their dream. So that's the reason I'm saying the announcement of the doctorate honoris causa, maybe it might appear to some people far away to say, well, this man is dictator, this man is more Democrat. I don't believe in the Arab world there is any Democrat. From kings to anybody. I'm very clear. And I remember with King Hassan II, I was in a delegation with Boutros Ghali, and he told me, you're Moroccan? I said, yes. I said, are you with us or with them? Well, I said, well, my heart is with you, but the pocket is with them. I'm not, this is, I mean, there is absolutely, here, everybody is a businessman. And we talk to them, this is business. We don't care. So I believe university has to be independent. We honor what we believe as a human being gesture, and to have a wise and decision with courage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we left 3 more people and to finish this second panel. And Senor Del Bosque, after the people are waiting for you outside. So after 3:30, you will have, they will join, and we can continue. The third panel will be only you. Okay, so let's continue with Nikola Sakaš na kraj, ili Professor Dr. Ljubomir Frčkovski, our Dean of Faculty of Law and Political Science. Professor Dr. Ljubomir Frčkovski, he used to be a Minister of Police, Interior, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he is one of the professors who wrote big part of the Constitution of this country. So, my dear Dean, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have slight feeling that we'll have to excuse ourselves in front of the public, speaking about various items, which could be interesting, but is it exhausting? And we are a little bit tired on the end, and I lose my energy and concentration to speak about that. I have a paper for this meeting. I will just make for you a few interventions, so I will try to be short and stoic as it possible. And I'm happy that some of my colleagues mentioned that issue of values and link of values with universities. I find that very important. I want to speak about that again. And I'm sorry if I repeat myself with them. But in all my experience in transitional country, being a minister of this and that and writing constitution of this country, which is quite liberal, quite decent, I find myself, but that is not constitution we passed through the referendum. We practically octroyed constitution for up to down and produce a kind of Praetorian impact on society, which is illiberal, which have illiberal traditions. And an experience is that democracy could grab itself in more or less decent or less decent elections, but the elections, party system, and so on. So, but producing a governing by law is a definitely more hard problem, and we do not reach that after 30 years of transition, unfortunately. And that is linked with values, and producing the values in the universities. Universities are not on a level they have to be, or universities are below that horizon and visual standards. We have this problem of collectivity and nationalistic fantasies producing and amplifying in universities teaching. Sometimes university cannot even cope with the standards of reaching some political successful decisions which could be sold and from which you could produce a theory. For example, multicultural society, experience of various participating way of democracy in Macedonia, which is very advanced in a sense. Let's say solutions in the international agreements with Greece and Bulgaria, which have this spirit of sharing history, which is very interesting and very new. Practically universities are under that level. They hate that. They think that that is done under the international pressure. They do not understand cathedrals of constitutional law, cathedrals of international law. They do not understand what is going on. This is very desperate sometimes, I must say. And what we need, in theory, well, I could cite Jacques Derrida, we need open and unconditional university. Openness, we produce a theory which is not neutral, which is a theory of emancipation, human rights, tolerance and solidarity. It's okay, but on the ground, when you grab with the ground, you need to enforce huge effort to produce a subject of rights from the students. We have students could be. It's not, I mean, figure you could make well, pink fantasies about that. They could be very nationalistic. They could be very tough, very xenophobic. Despite that they are students and they are young. There is no young and old. These guys are, we face that. We face, when we teach, we face this kind of silence in the amphitheater. They do not agree with your liberal approach. Slightly don't agree, don't believe in that. They hate guys from the other side. They hate Albanians or whatever. And practically, sometimes it's a very interesting internal debate in university, how you fight that, how you fight for that you believe, but how to transfer that knowledge. And Macedonian experience is very interesting in that. First of all, we are a really multicultural country. It's not majority minority, but really multicultural, which produces a kind of democracy which is not just participating minority in politics, but it's some kind of sharing, like internal diplomacy. You have this negotiation level between the communities. We do not even call minorities minorities, we call ethnical communities, which are not in majority. And all this complex fighting for the values, what Benko mentioned very efficiently in the beginning, was a key issue. And that is one issue. Classical liberal approach plus social values of solidarity, embracing the other, tolerance toward the other, this kind of more or less collective issue. This composite of one classical liberal approach plus, I will say, Rortian or
or more collective social approach toward others, combination which is very useful to be pursued in education, and sometimes it's very you feel very happy to do that, but you find the mood around which is sometimes very not acceptable toward that. But that is, challenge, real challenge. And these fine guys who used to come here and try to help us in doing that is very welcome in that sense. But in a second sense, I'm a little bit, and I'm speaking about humanities in that sense, I'm a bit afraid of this neoliberal grab on universities. I really think that could bring humanities to crisis, substantial crisis, especially because they tackle subject of rights, free person, and they try to replace that, I think that I speak loudly, replace that with the human capital. And that is what Wendy Brown used to say, economization of politics and public sphere. This is a lethal danger of democracy and human rights. We will have to keep humanities in a level of horizon of enlightenment, in a sense. Not just being service of the business. We have practically no business to be service for. We have crippled business. And on the one side, on the other side, we have this bargain with the politics. And these two, Sila and Charybda, we have to drive university on the line of some kind of enlightenment values, which I find, I say it, I will repeat myself, challenge, but in the same time, very interesting, very, very productive for all of us. Thank you again.
Thank you. Vi благодарам.
I want to tell you that I'm very, very happy to have you on board. Thank you so much. And now, if you may allow me, I want to introduce a professor that I call educaholic. He can speak, he can teach 24 hours a day, 6.5 days a week, because his wife will kill him if he doesn't go home, with passion, with unbelievable focus, and he does all the research himself. Professor Raymond Akiki, he will be helping us to have faculties in English, French, and Arabic. So Fon University, as we said, it's not going to be Macedonia only. It's going to be all over the globe. Soon we will list the countries where we already have agreements. That's why we are honoring the heads of states of these countries. And as I said before, Mr. Edmundo is helping us to create the Spanish language. So I would like to hear from you. I want to say that I give him also the Guinness World Record of craziness, because nobody can love education more than this man.
To that I agree, my friend. Thank you. I'm simply Raymond. As a matter of fact, allow me to connect what I heard all day long. I heard those titles, words, I don't know. Democracy, growth, equality, sciences, change, environment, currency, unified, not unified, Brexit, exit, entry, barrier, theory, practice, tradition, nation, newness, globalization, football, ethics, loyalty, generational conflict, future, innovation, blood, 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 universality, liberalization, leadership by accident or accident of leadership, xenophobia, fight for a belief, and eventually it brought me to one statement, which is a word said by Khalil Gibran. Education brings the individual to the threshold of his mind. Eventually you have the right to think whatever you want, but there is a pattern of disagreement. The end is peace and not pieces. So eventually education has to be an enabler. Sometimes we are really into disagreement, but the disagreement is good. Sometimes we are into competition, but competition enables progress. Imagine that you were only one university, and in economics, that curve would be totally inelastic, and eventually, who will attend that university? It would be the elite. All right. Now, from where I see it, economically wise, you know that democracy is a fruit of the middle class. I mean, in France, it was not the noblesse. The noblesse created the aristocracy. In the ex-communist states, the proletariat created the communist system or regime. I don't know if it is the rule of the lower class, because they created another ruling elite. Leadership or elite or democracy. Eventually, yeah, you need the middle class. You have to enable people to be able to decide, choose the decision. If that decision doesn't coincide with a belief, it doesn't mean it is wrong. It's only different. We have to accept differences. We have to respect the other. Eventually, we have to be in peace with ourselves in order to be able to disseminate peace to the others. We're not here to implement education by force or open the brains of people and insert education or an IV injection. It's something that you have to do with love, simply. How could you reach peace if you don't have love? Eventually, if you need to be free, it needs wisdom. How can you be free without having the wisdom? The end of freedom, or the end of the wisdom, is freedom. And I think that's the effectiveness of everything. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have one more speaker left, right? So our Dean of Faculty of Economics, full-time professor and ex-Minister of Finance. I have to say that he was the only Minister of Finance who finished his mandate and the budget was full. He was the only one in this country.
Budget was balanced for the economists. I know what is it to be the last speaker. I prepare my address, so I will take only 4 minutes. Professor Daniel Bell, in his early 70s iconic book, The Coming of Post-Industrial Society, explaining the basic relations of an economic structural changes, wrote that the game against nature in pre-industrial society and game against manufactured nature in industrial society was already in that place, in that time, replaced with a stage of game between persons in post-industrial society, based on processing informations and service sectors. Service sectors based on game between persons today is some 50 to 80% of the worldwide economy's GDP. Today you know, and Professor Bell knew before he passes away, that he was explaining the early phase of what we recognize today as knowledge-based economy or knowledge-based society. Most important was that from obvious reasons, game between persons was not able to rely anymore on the technologies of the previous 3 industrial revolutions, and that the new one is coming and supporting the structural changes. It was the information and communication technologies, but not as a fourth industrial revolution, but rather as fourth technological revolution, something which our colleagues in World Economic Forum in Davos will not accept. They call still industrial. Professor Peter Drucker and many other economists in his book explain the role of inventions and knowledge, both codified and tacit knowledge, for the next society. He also gave us an important view on the theory of knowledge as an economic factor in his 1993 book, The Post-Capitalist Society. Much earlier, in the 50s, Professor Robert Bob Solow introduces the technological progress as important exogenous, a residual factor in the economic growth mathematics and calculations. Today we all agree, or not all, but we agree, with the new growth models, which include a human capital and investment in it, for example, Lucas model, and knowledge created by investments in R&D sectors of the economy, academia, scientific institutions, universities, and others, and also R&D departments of private and public enterprises. Professor Romer model. This is what we recognize as endogenous growth models based on the knowledge and other TFP as total factor productivity as endogenous factor of the economy. Many of them recognize the knowledge now as an important public good. Maybe, and who will know that, we came back to an early Schumpeterian 1912 theory, explained in Theory of Economic Development, as pro-Walrasian economic circular flow, which, excluding any innovation and innovative activities, leads to a stationary state and need for a creative destruction, which is enabled by innovations and entrepreneurship activities, a sort of TFP or knowledge-based growth. But what will be the fifth technological revolution, and when will it come? It will be possible for a further great steps in the economy. Can we see it from today's perspective? What it will be, the quantum computing or nanotechnology based? Maybe biogenetic engineering or any new environmentally clean technologies? We don't know, but it will arise one day for sure. The way how the interactions of the science, research and education can influence it is visible for us now. Anyway, the economic theory in the last 100 years gave a lot of explanations and understanding how the knowledge, existing one and the new one, is supporting the economic activities, growth, welfare, and better life, including peace and sustainable development. Now we came to an education and its importance. If we cannot deliver existing knowledge to the new generations, if society is not spreading and disseminating the rising new knowledge, is it possible that we will continue efficiently in the future? Surely not. Education become increasingly important tool, and it become also a very important public good. So we must treat it in our societies as such, supporting it in all its levels, in our states, and elsewhere on the planet. We are aware that development of skills and knowledge is essential for any person today. Not only younger ones, but all. So availability of education for it become conditio sine qua non for the society now and in the future. Finally, will our dynamic and sustainable growth and development be possible without improving knowledge and education? Absolutely not. So there is no need of any question about the necessity of wider and better education for all on the planet. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a list of the countries where you will see phone soon, and you will see these countries coming also to Macedonia. I will give again the stage to Professor Dr. Karim Arwaki to give us the names. This was recommended highly by Mr. Federico Mayor Saragossa because today is the International Day of Education. Today is the time to tell the world what we are doing. We were doing it in secret. Now we want just to announce it. This list of the people, some of them are good friends of Mr. Saragossa, being the president, the Director General of the UNESCO. Many of them are, and many of them are friends, personal friends of us. And as I said, you will see phone there. You will see them here.
Thank you. Sultan of Oman, Haytham bin Tariq Al Said. Prince of Qatar, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. The King of Sweden, Carl the 16th Gustav. Emeritus King Juan Carlos of Spain. Margaret II of Denmark. Hassan al Bolkiak Sultan of Brunei. King Muhammad VI, King Abdullah II, King of Bahrain Ahmad bin Isla al Khalifa, the second President of the United Arab Emirates Khalifa al Nahyan, President of Palestine Mohammed Abbas, President of Somalia Mohammed Abdul Hali Farmajo, President of Brazil Jair Bolsonaro, President of Mexico Andrés Manuel López Obrador, President of DRC Congo Félix Tshisekedi, President of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. President of France, Emmanuel Macron. President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo. President of Cameroon, Paul Biya. President of Romania, Klaus Lohannis. President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. President of Benin, Patrice Talon. President of Greece, Propokis Pavlopoulos. President of the Swiss Confederation, Simonetta Sommaruga. President of Bulgaria, Rumen Radev. President of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega. President of Ireland, Michael Higgins. President of Moldova, Igor Dodon. President of Armenia, Armen Sarkisian. President of Albania, Ilir Meta. President of Cyprus, Egil Levits. Founder of Irish American Democrats, Stella O'Leary. President of Tunisia, Kais Said. President of Algeria, I will just say Abdel Majid. President of Iraq, Barham Salih. President of Syria, Bashar al-Assad. President of Comoros, Azali Assoumani. President of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Guelleh. President of Egypt, General Abdel Fattah Sisi. Prince of Kuwait, Nawal Ahmed Al-Jaber Al-Sabah. President of Mauritania, Mohamed Aoud Ghazouani. So this is the list. Thank you. By the way, each one of them has committed to come here. So we are paying them visit because we are gathering a lot of them in Cairo, and we are inviting each one to come here to give a speech. And we coordinate this with the government of Macedonia. Thank you.
So, FON is giving all these heads of states honoris causa. They will be on our Hall of Fame, and we will have agreements with all their governments, signed, documented, published online. And some of these countries, they have the wealth. Some of them, they don't. We will try to do the balance. We have commitments from many, many other celebrities that we didn't have time actually to list them today, that they want also to support. We don't collect donations. We don't accept donations, but if it's only from the heart of the person, if they really care, if we are sure that they really care, then we will accept. But if they have different agenda, we're sorry, we will not. Thank you again.
Okay, dear gentlemen, dear friends, dear professors, deans, ministers, dear Board of Trustees, my dear President, dear Rector, my dear brother, thank you for doing a great job. I hope that this is just the beginning of something which the world needs. Let's give the world what it needs. Let's the knowledge revolution start. Thank you all for attending on the second panel. We can leave the floor. We can have one 15-minute pause. And then, Mr. Del Bosque, the floor will be yours with all of the fans which are waiting outside. Thank you very much.
Muy bien. ¿Se oye bien?
Sí, sí, se oye bien. Ah, esto es para mí, ok.
Buenas tardes. Muchísimas gracias por vuestra atención y por venir tantos a esta pequeña prórroga después del día tan intenso que hemos tenido.
Добър
Muchas
ден,
gracias.
ви благодарам, що сте сите тук после овој напорен ден. Ви благодарам.
Bueno, estoy abierto a cuantas cuestiones queráis plantearme. Es mejor, yo creo, y más dinámico el que vosotros podáis preguntar lo que o curiosear o lo que es de más interés para vosotros. Yo creo que es así.
Отворен сум за сите ваши прашања, колку и да се чудни. Слободно можете било што да прашате.
Me imagino que sois todos gente del fútbol o cerca del fútbol o cerca de la actividad física, en cualquier caso.
Се надевам дека вие сите тука што сте поврзани со фудбалот и спортот.
El fútbol es universal, absolutamente universal. Es un juego maravilloso. Os puede hablar alguien que ha vivido con muchísima pasión toda su carrera deportiva.
Фудбалот е една одлична и универзална игра. Sí.
Cuando queráis, adelante. Si hay alguien que quiere preguntar algo en cuanto...
Има ли некој нешто што сака да праша? Ајде.
Bueno, en España, como muchos países que no habían ganado nunca una Copa del Mundo, pero que somos un país muy futbolero, ¿verdad?
Шпанија е земја што многу го фудбалска земја. Каде што фудбалот е многу популарен.
En la vida yo creo que hemos tenido muchos jugadores buenos, muchas generaciones muy buenas, pero que nunca había culminado con ganar un mundial, nunca. Pero por eso nosotros teníamos, prefiero que vayan contestando, traduciendo.
Шпанија имала во историјата многу добри играчи, но до тој момент не успеале да стигнат до светско првенство.
Mirar, para ganar un mundial hay que tener primero buena materia prima, buenos jugadores, hay que tener un sistema adecuado, un estilo de juego que nosotros era reconocido, unas buenas relaciones personales. Yo creo que eso es fundamental. Y luego un poquito de suerte.
Значајно за победа е да се има добри играчи, добар стил на игра, добар однос меѓу играчите.
Mirar, un entrenador, a cuenta de lo que dices, tiene dos grandes tareas por delante. Un entrenador, cualquier entrenador, de cualquier equipo, de los más jóvenes, del fútbol absolutamente profesional, tiene dos grandes tareas.
Еден тренер има две главни домашни задачи за да постигне успех.
Una primera que es la más importante, sin eso es muy difícil acercarnos al éxito.
Без една е многу тешко да се стигне до успехот, таа е
Son las relaciones personales.
Односите помеѓу играчите.
Las relaciones humanas en un vestuario. Sin eso, si eso no funciona, difícilmente nos acercaremos al éxito.
Ако во една соблекувална односите помеѓу играчите не се добри, не може да има успех.
Según se establezcan, según se desarrolle esas relaciones, estaremos más cerca.
Како ќе се градат тие односи, поблиску може само да се биде до успех.
Eso digamos que es la primera gran tarea. La otra gran tarea de un entrenador es darle herramientas a los jugadores, herramientas para ser un equipo.
Втората работа, главна, е тренерот да им ја даде, да им ја пренесе алатката за постигнување на успех.
Esta es a grandes rasgos las dos grandes ideas de un entrenador.
Ова се двете најважни идеи еден тренер што треба да ги пренесе.
Y quien lidere eso, quien lidere ser un entrenador y sea un buen líder, Y un líder es el que influye en los jugadores, tiene que en las dos tareas, esas dos grandes tareas, dominarlas.
Добриот лидер, добриот тренер мора да ги доминира овие две домашни задачи.
Así que sobre cualquier asunto querías...
Слободно друго прашање?
Sí, adelante.
¿Cómo aprecia usted el fútbol de Macedonia? ¿Cómo lo encuentra y cómo lo haremos mejor?
Mira, ahora el fútbol está muy globalizado, como todo en la vida. No hay tantas distancias de unos a otros. Nosotros vinimos aquí hace 9, 10 años, ya no me acuerdo, que jugamos aquí en Macedonia y íbamos perdiendo en el descanso 0-2, o 2-0, mejor dicho. Macedonia 2, Spain 0. Quiero decir que las distancias ya son muy cortas. Y yo creo que nadie se debe de sentir acomplejado con los rivales. Somos todos ya muy parecidos.
Футболот е сличен во скоро сите земји и не треба да се чувствуваме дека имаме ривали. Близко сме, дури и Македонија во надпреварот 3-2 покажала дека е многу близко.
Las distancias se han ido equilibrando. Y la prueba tienes que Macedonia es la primera vez que me parece que se puede clasificar para un europeo, la primera vez. Quiero decir esto, que las distancias ya se van acortando.
Дури сега имаме шанса за европско првенство прв пат да се квалифицираме. Значи нема голема разлика.
En España nosotros hemos tenido una gran suerte. ¿Por qué hemos tenido una gran suerte? Porque yo creo que estamos en la época de Ronaldo y de Messi. De Ronaldo y de Messi. Y encima Alemania.
Шпанија има сега среќа што со Роналдо и со Меси тие се голема шанса.
Quiero decir, una década, prácticamente 10, 12 años de dominio de estos jugadores que han llevado a ellos y a sus equipos a ganar. Y nosotros hemos tenido la suerte de ser campeones del mundo durante la época de Messi, de Ronaldo y de Alemania. Porque siempre está ahí Alemania.
Со Меси и со Роналдо имавме големи шанси во период од 10 години за успех. Значи ова е времето на тие играчи.
Y el fútbol, además, déjame dar cuenta de decir de Alemania, el fútbol tiene además una gran limpieza. Quiero decir, el deporte, el fútbol es limpio. Fíjate, Alemania en Brasil. Todo el mundo suponía que Brasil iba a llegar a la final. No llega a la final, no. Es que le mete 7, me parece que le mete a Alemania.
Ni Ronaldo ni Messi no son de España.
No, ya lo sé que no son de España, hombre, hasta ahí llego.
Знае дека не се од Шпанија.
Pero, por ejemplo, Portugal se benefició, llegó a ser campeón de Europa hace 4 años, no sé, con
Пред
Portugal
4
en
години
Francia.
Португалија успеа да стигне.
Y Messi, lo raro es que al Barcelona lo ha llevado hasta arriba. Y
Барселона
lo raro que Messi no haya llevado arriba a Argentina. Muy raro.
Mr. Karim, can you translate in English maybe, because the lady who is translating, maybe she doesn't know football terms. Do you speak English? Maybe we can do the translation, because I recognize that our translator, she's very good, but you don't know maybe some football terms which they use, the coaches. But do you know, Mr. Karim, the coach? Okay, I give it the floor. So you help both.
With compliments.
Okay.
¿Hay entrenadores de fútbol? Levantad la mano, por favor.
Има тука тренери по фудбал да кренат рака?
Coach, is there any coach?
Тренери, фудбалски тренери нека кренат рака.
¿Cuántos hay del Madrid? ¿Cuántos del Madrid? ¿Cuántos hay? Del Real Madrid.
How many of you are Real Madrid or Barcelona? Barcelona, where is Barcelona?
No, primero.
Madrid.
Primero, Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Del Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Con sí, con sa. No, gana el Real Madrid.
Gana Real Madrid, bueno.
Hola, antes de preguntar, quiero decir que hoy cumple mi sueño de ver mi ídolo de infancia. Y mi pregunta es, ¿quién es la diferencia entre entrenar a España y el mejor club del mundo y del siglo, Real Madrid? Gracias. La diferencia entre...
Bueno, la diferencia es como de una selección y un club, es distinto. El club es un roce diario, es un trato diario, y en la selección es un trato que va de 2 meses, 3 meses.
Kako je da se vodi jedan klub i jedna selekcija, što je polesno poteško i...
Pero yo creo que la personalidad del entrenador es definitiva para tanto en un club como una selección, ese vestuario funcione debidamente, que haya un clima laboral adecuado.
Много е важно и на двете места да има во една сооблекувална, нормална природна клима за работење.
No creo que debamos separar un club y una selección, son parecidos, porque al fin y al cabo los vestuarios son todos iguales o casi todos iguales.
Слично е дали е тренер на селекција или на клуб, слично е се работи.
Si me dejarais explicaros un momentito, yo cómo son los jugadores los conozco perfectamente, porque yo he sido hasta hace muy poco.
Много добро ги познавам играчите, бидејќи до пред малку бев
Si me dijeras cómo te gustaría que fueran, te diría cómo me gustaría que fueran y te lo digo ahora. ¿Cómo me gustaría?
Дури знае како би сакал да бидат играчите.
Me gustaría que fueran, que estuvieran emocionados con su profesión.
Би сакал да бидат многу емотивни према нивната професија.
Y tiene mucho que ver los contenidos del entrenamiento, cómo entrenen.
И многу е важно како тренираат.
Y luchar contra la rutina que se produce en un vestuario día a día, entrenamiento a entrenamiento, partido a partido. Hay una rutina, luchar contra esa rutina.
Да се бори против рутината во едно...
Que haya emoción. Primero emoción.
Да има прво емоција.
Segundo, inspiración. Los jugadores piensan, los jugadores tienen ideas y es bueno que el entrenador sepa escuchar.
Многу е важно тренерот да знае да ги слушне своите играчи и нивните идеи.
El entrenador no se puede subir en esta tarima y lo que diga yo es lo que vale. No es verdad. El entrenador tiene que saber escuchar.
Тренерот мора да знае и да ги слуша своите играчи.
Y no es una cuestión de debilidad del entrenador.
Не е тоа слабост на тренерот.
El que haga eso es de una gran fortaleza. Poder escuchar a los jugadores es de una gran fortaleza.
Голема сила е за еден тренер да сака и да може да ги слуша своите играчи.
Una cosa es que el entrenador imponga y otra cosa es que diga, ¿qué te parece? ¿Qué os parece que hagamos esto?
Една работа е тој да се наметнува, а друга работа е што мислите вака и вака да
O sea,
направиме.
os he dicho emoción, os he dicho inspiración. Tercero, generosidad. Sin generosidad no se construye un equipo.
Без добродушност не се прави екипа.
Estáis viendo continuamente cómo los jugadores muy buenos, además, los mejores jugadores casi nunca juegan mal. Y algunas veces el entrenador los cambia.
Најдобрите играчи скоро никогаш не играат лошо, но сепак тренерот ги менува.
Y los jugadores esos, los niños, los chavales, los de otros equipos, miran lo que hacen.
И младите луѓе гледаат што прават тие играчи.
¿Y qué hacen esos jugadores cuando les sustituye el entrenador a lo mejor en el minuto 60? Tiran la botella del agua, no le dan la mano al entrenador, le pegan un golpe al vestuario, todas las cosas, teatralizan todo para demostrar que a ellos cómo le pueden cambiar.
Многу пати играчите се лутат кога тренерот ќе ги промени и многу бурно реагираат на тоа.
Y esa generosidad, si no es bien atendida, esa solidaridad entre los jugadores, esas pequeñas sociedades, es imposible que un equipo funcione.
Невозможно е една екипа да функционира ако нема добродушност и разбирање помеѓу играчите и тренерот.
Y principalmente de los jugadores buenos, que tienen que ser generosos para aquellos que tienen una plantilla, porque el fútbol tiene una singularidad en relación a cualquier otra profesión, que son 23 jugadores que solo juegan 11 y que hay 14 que están, o 12 o 13 que están endemoniados.
Футболот...
Perdón, lo
sí.
de endemoniado.
No lo voy a traducir.
Sí, que es una singularidad del fútbol, que solo juegan 11.
Во фудбалот има една исклучителност што од 23 играат само 11, а другите 13 обично.
Y vuelvo a repetir, los jugadores importantes de un equipo tienen que ser generosos.
Најдобрите играчи во една екипа мора да бидат
Y
добродушни.
en cuarto lugar, lealtad. ¿Y qué quiere decir lealtad, por lo menos en términos español? Es que tienen que no hablar nunca mal del entrenador y nunca mal de su club. Nunca. Ni del entrenador ni de su club.
Играчите мора да имаат лојалност према својот клуб и према тренерот и никогаш да не зборат лошо, дали за едниот или за другиот.
Hace un momento uno de los ponentes del grupo ha hablado de la ética como conducta, y decía, mejor hoy que mañana. Hoy, como decía, y ha mandado un mensaje de la importancia que tienen los comportamientos éticos. Y nosotros, los entrenadores, los jugadores, que estamos en el escaparate permanentemente, estamos obligados a mantener conductas éticas.
Ние сме тренерите и играчите, мора да имаме добро етичко однесување затоа што ние сме пример за сите.
Así que os he dicho emoción,
Емоција,
sí,
инспирација,
generosidad y lealtad.
добродушност и
Así me gustaría que fueran los jugadores. Así me gustaría que fueran
Така
los
би
jugadores.
сакал да бидат сите играчи.
Pero los de los niños, lo de los chavales pequeños y lo de los profesionales.
И малите, младите момци и професионалците.
Y ahí tiene mucha importancia la figura del entrenador. Porque el entrenador está para influir positivamente en un grupo.
За ова е должен тренерот. Тренерот мора на најдобар начин да се однесува со
Porque
своите
si
играчи.
influye negativamente, estaréis de acuerdo que no es un líder, le llamamos como queráis.
Correcto.
Ако нема добро влијание, тогаш не е добар лидер.
Hay que ver el fútbol, la fuerza que tiene el fútbol. Yo no sé, la fuerza que tiene el fútbol está prácticamente lleno.
Sí.
Среќен е што силата на фудбалот го наполнила цел амфитеатар.
A ver,
So we make a just short break.
primero el rector que es el
Just short break, sorry, because this audience doesn't know who we are, and I want to present each of us. They know the director of the Agency for Sport, which he supported, and we organize this group of people together to be, because what we want to do is to share, because we are university, we are maybe private, but we do public job. We create new managers from this university, we create new sport, valuable, not just players, but what we want to say is that what Mr. Del Bosque said, right? We are coming to the same point. Everything starts with education. If starting from home, od doma, ako počneme da imаме по-добра едукација, if home we have better ethics, if home we have better communication, then we have chance to be better when we start and we find out that we have talent for sport, for football, basketball, or whatever it is. Then we can have great success, much greater success. So these small connections, we don't see them when we are successful, but we see them when we fail. So we don't want to fail. And that's why we want to create professionals, people who will bring maximum and not play only 90 minutes, but not play only 120 minutes, not play only penalties. We have to win every step, every move, inside the field, outside. We have to show the values of human beings. So what we do create, and that's why I want to present from my left side, the CEO of Titanium Capital, who is the most guilty person why we are organizing this event today, on the day on education, 24th of January, 24 јануари, ден на образованието, Соборот на Обединетите нации, и го заокружуваме и секоја година на овој ден ќе имаме ваков тип на ивенти. I want to thank you for what you are doing for this country. I know how much you like education, how much you want sport and culture and everything, which creates good humans, first of all, and create good spirit and create educated people. And what you are doing here today is exactly that. From the left side, our emeritus president, Professor Dr. Karim Erwaki. He is friend with Mr. Del Bosque, and thank you for, and we appreciate your what you do, and not just, this is just the beginning what we will do, but I thank you, and in the name of all these people, they have chance to talk with this legend, walking legend. And at the end, our dear ambassador of Spain in Guinea. But it's a Spanish event. Of course, it's Spanish event. So, yes, I give the floor now to Dr. Henry Abdershort.
I can tell you that I never played even 1 second football in my life. And I never played anything actually except chess. The reason I'm here is not because Mr. Del Bosque is famous as a football player. I'm here because Mr. Del Bosque is one of the greatest humanitarian who is taking care of the handicapped in the world. We in Titanium value every person on this planet who is taking care of blind or handicapped. We have a list of them, every one of them possible, known to us. And we would like to honor them all. Thank you so much, all of you, for coming. We would like to tell you that Mr. Del Bosque will help us to have some sport program in Fon University, and there will be a surprise. We will announce it in its time. We thank him so much for being a human being, for being with us, and also for being the coach of the World Cup winner.
Mira, agradezco estas palabras. Y tampoco voy a demostrar, voy a hacer un ejercicio ahora de que no predico el humanismo y lo intento llevarlo adelante. Lo intento llevar adelante, pero no soy nada distinto a todos vosotros.
Я съм ист како сите вас, хуманиста, и не би сакал да се двојам од било кого.
Porque además yo creo que tenemos todos defectos, estamos llenos de defectos, de imperfecciones. Y por tanto no creo que haya mucha diferencia de vosotros a mí.
Сите имаме мани и не би рекол дека има многу голема разлика помеѓу вас и мене.
Sabéis que he tenido una ventaja, que he estado, una vez que me retiré como futbolista, estuve 17 años como entrenador formativo.
17 години бев професионален тренер, покрај многута години фудбалер.
Y yo solo tenía pensamiento, yo no quería ver el mundo profesional, no quería ser, diréis vosotros, pues has estado 4 años en el Madrid, 8 años en la selección y no querías ver el fútbol profesional. No, estaba dedicado única y exclusivamente a entrenar a chavales jóvenes.
Прво сакав само да тренирам млади деца, не сакав да станам професионален тренер.
Intentando naturalmente sacar buenos jugadores para el primer equipo. Pero ese paso de los 17 años, 17, por la cantera del club, por la academia del Real Madrid, 17 años.
Sí.
Pues fue para mí lo mejor que me ha podido pasar.
Тие 17 години искуство беше најдоброто нешто што ми се случи.
Alguna cuestión más?
Некое друго прашање?
Sí, adelante.
Сакав да го прашам, после успешниот период со шпанската репрезентација, зошто не продолжил пак да стане тренер на некој топ клуб, бидејќи јас лично, па верувам дека и секој љубител на фудбалот би сакал да го види пак во клупите на некој топ клуб. И едно друго прашање, ако ми е дозволено после. Да. Второто прашање е, кој е најистакнатиот играч според него, со кого соработувал тој?
Bueno, he tenido mucha suerte, hemos trabajado con muy buenos jugadores, un gran portero, hemos tenido porteros buenos, hemos tenido centrales, hemos tenido laterales, ese Roberto Carlos,
ese Hierro,
Es que no me gustaría decir muchos nombres, pero es que hemos tenido los mejores. Hemos tenido un brasileño que se llamaba Ronaldo, en fin, jugadores.
Ronaldo y...
Ronaldo, un brasileño.
Brazilec, Ronaldo, da. I ne bi sakal mnogo da istaknuvam.
Pero hemos tenido mucha suerte y muy buenos jugadores.
Но сме имали много добра среќа и много добри играчи.
The first question was, can you translate, why when he won the championship, world championship in Spain, why he didn't continue to some big club to become trainer? Why he decided like that?
Because we all wanted me as a football fan.
The audience, they wanted him to see him again in some big club.
¿Por qué después de la representación?
You can translate.
Sí, no, una pregunta para usted, solamente para traducir. La pregunta de la audiencia, usted después de ganar la Copa del Mundo, ¿por qué no ha decidido de manejar un gran club de nuevo?
Pues porque soy mayor. Y la edad no es ningún mérito, no es ningún mérito. No por ser viejo no vale, ni por ser jóvenes vale. El mérito no tiene edad.
Веќе бев возрасен.
Sí, que el ser mayor o el ser joven no es ningún mérito, es un estado.
Не е никаква заслуга да бидеш млад или стар. Едноставно решив да...
Yo tengo una pregunta. El respeto de un entrenador que fue un gran jugador hace una diferencia con un entrenador que jamás ha jugado al fútbol.
No creo que... Hombre, es que jugar al fútbol ha jugado todo el mundo. Preguntas aquí, ¿quién no ha jugado al fútbol? Todo el mundo hemos jugado al fútbol.
Сите тука играле фудбал.
Pero sí es verdad que el conocimiento... Excepto. Pero un vestuario enseña mucho. Un vestuario educa mucho. Un vestuario...
Војна соблекувална и многу може да се образува.
Es un vestuario que está lleno de gente joven, muy joven,
Полно со млади луѓе.
pero que maduran muy rápido.
Што многу брзо напредуваат.
Y yo creo que un vestuario enseña mucho.
Многу се учи во едно
Pero vamos, que
соблекувално.
no es una barrera. Dice, aquel que no haya sido jugador de fútbol profesional no tiene cabida como entrenador. No es verdad eso. Creo yo que no es verdad.
Не е вистина дека некој што не бил играч не може да биде тренер.
Porque no deja de ser una enseñanza, un aprendizaje, algo que tienes que enseñar y tienes que valer para enseñar. No...
Тоа е нешто што треба да го знаеш, да го предаваш.
Pero bueno, ser futbolista tampoco es malo, ¿eh? No...
Не е лошо да бидеш фудбалер. Сепак.
Any other question?
Целата светска јавност, посебно шпанската, околу Раул Гонзалес Бланко, вие сте еден од најбитните фигури во неговата фудбалска кариера. Зашто не го земавте во составот на Шпанија за Европското првенство 2012? Сезона имаше одлична сезона со Шалке 04, го елиминираше Интер и сигурно многумина сметаат дека заслужи место во тие 23 што патуваат и како еден од најголемите легенди на шпанскиот фудбал да се закети со златен медал.
Pregunta corta, porque si no...
Sí. Bueno, ¿por qué no ha cogido a Raúl González en la Copa de Europa?
Pues buena pregunta, vamos a ver, buena pregunta. Nosotros llegamos después de Luis Aragonés. El equipo había ganado en el 2008 la Eurocopa y Raúl ya no había ido a la Eurocopa. Sí, España en el 2008 había ganado la Eurocopa de Austria, me parece, sí, con Luis Aragonés, y ya no había ido a la selección Raúl. И entonces optamos por no llevarle.
Во 2008 бил Луис Арагонес и para 2012.
No. España ganó en el 2008 también, la Eurocopa.
Сака да каже дека не бил во 2008 и затоа не го земале во 2012.
Ya sé que en el 2012 se volvió a ganar la Eurocopa, pero en el 2008 se había ganado, era una selección que venía de ganar el 2008.
Estoy aquí para ayudar.
Sí, no, estaba contestándole que por qué no llevamos a Raúl. Y seguramente, además, hayamos cometido más errores, no solo el de Raúl, hemos cometido muchos errores, pero en aquel momento pensamos que no.
Значи, одговорот е дека во животот ние правиме повеќе грешки, значи не само Раул, вие прашувате за Раул, но тоа е моментално мислење, секој мисли, значи, у моментот да направи најдобро својата работа и тоа беше наш став во тој момент.
Con una condición, que Raúl teníamos un cariño hacia él especial, porque había nacido también en nuestra cantera, en el Real Madrid.
Значи, со еден, да додадем уште нешто, дека према нему ние имавме поголема љубов, затоа што се знае дека тој беше дете на Реал Мадрид и, значи, во тој аспект не можевме да пристапиме емотивно.
Pero un entrenador siempre tiene que tomar decisiones difíciles. Siempre.
Меѓутоа, секогаш еден тренер мора да превзема тешки одлуки.
Y todas las decisiones que se tomen será en beneficio del equipo.
И сите одлуки што се земат треба да бидат, значи, за доброто на тимот.
¿Sabes a quién quitamos nosotros la más dolorosa de los cambios que hicimos?
Најболно знаете што е кога ние правиме измени или промени?
Quitamos a Marco Sena, que había sido vital en el triunfo de la Eurocopa en 2008.
Значи, го трнавме Марко Сена, кој беше многу детерминантен кога во Евро кога победивме.
Pero los jugadores, entre todas esas cuatro cosas que os he dicho, también deben de ser, ¿cómo te diría yo? No ir más allá de que no pueden obligarnos a que juegue, o que pueden estar de suplentes, pueden jugar, y ellos deben de ser también absolutamente buenos para el equipo, no malos. No sé.
И играчите не можат нам да не принудат за да бидат првотимци, за да ги измениме, за да играат, мора да играат. Значи, тие морат да мислат да бидат во интерес на тимот, а се знае кој ги носи одлуките.
Adelante.
Добро вечер. Големо задоволство е што сте тука, господине Делбоске. Имам многу прашања, меѓутоа ќе пробам да скратам на две. Ме интересира кој е најдобриот совет што го имате дадено на еден фудбалер и најлошиот, иако може да го дознаем името на фудбалерот. И ме интересира какво е вашето мислење во однос на Шпанската федерација со тоа што во поодминати години, ако не се лажам пред едно 7-8 години, и Шпанската федерација ја фати еден скандал со господинот Вилјар, па ме интересира вашето мислење околу тоа.
Bueno, yo soy bastante realista en el trato con los jugadores y sobre todo con los más jóvenes. Soy muy realista. No creo expectativas. Imaginaros por un segundo que todos los que estáis aquí sentados enfrente de nosotros sois chavales jóvenes. Imaginaros por un momento. Retrocedemos 40, 30 años atrás y todos sois chavales de 10, 15 años. Estáis aquí todos viendo...
Колку што гледам дека сите тука се млади, значи под 43 години.
¿Sabéis lo que os diría yo? ¿Sabéis lo que os diría? Que no vais a llegar casi ninguno a jugar en la selección de Macedonia. Casi ninguno. Pero que el fútbol es tan importante para vuestra formación que no lo sabéis bien. No sabéis qué dimensión o qué didáctico o qué formativo puede ser el fútbol, pero que no creáis que vais a llegar a ser jugadores. No vais a llegar. O muy pocos. ¿Cuántos de aquí habéis llegado a ser jugadores internacionales?
Колко от вас станали интернационални играчи?
Ahora ya poneros otra vez en los 40, 50. Uno. Bueno, yo te digo de mi ciudad, Salamanca tiene 200.000 habitantes. En 100 años de historia me parece que ha habido 2 o 3 internacionales. Salamanca,
Во градот вика, значи тука имаме само еден професионален играч кој впрочем се јави, можеби има уште некој, а кај што живеем јас има над 2000 играчи и 300 репрезентативци што биле, зборува само за градот кај што е роден, значи за Саламанка.
Por cierto, Salamanca es una ciudad muy universitaria, por si alguno no lo sabe.
Да волја на вистината, Саламанка е, значи има факултет и еден град
800 años de historia. Es mayor que
Y
esta.
la otra pregunta del mister fue, ¿qué usted piensa para la Federación de España? Antes 7 años salí, tenía un escándalo. Y ¿cómo usted ve en esta cosa que pasa en Federación de España?
No, yo he estado en una federación que ha funcionado perfectamente, que cuando un equipo gana una Copa del Mundo, dos Eurocopas, el fútbol femenino toma un impulso tan grande, cuando las categorías inferiores de la Federación Española de Fútbol han ganado muchos campeonatos, eso significa que algo se ha hecho bien, y que los clubs también lo han hecho, los clubs, pero también la federación. Y yo creo, yo por lo menos, oye, no he visto nunca un escándalo, creo que hay cosas que habría que demostrar, pero yo creo, y os lo he dicho antes al principio, que creo en un fútbol absolutamente limpio i deportivo.
Dodega jaz бев дел на Шпанската федерација, значи све функционираше безпрекорно, значи како можеме да збореме за скандал во случај кога една селекција успеа да победи во светско првенство, освои 2 шампионски титули, значи во европско првенство. А што се однесува и до клубовите, и клубовите демонстрираат дека имаат успеси. Значи не можеме да зборуваме за скандали додека не можеме да имаме факти за тоа и јас мислам дека све функционираше безпрекорно.
En España se juega cada fin de semana, cerca de 25.000 partidos. Todos tienen su campo, su árbitro y todo funciona perfectamente. Es posible que en algún momento haya alguna cuestión en algún partido, pero en líneas generales es un deporte absolutamente limpio.
Во Шпанија во секој викенд се играат стотини надпревари. Значи сите тие надпревари имаат по еден судија или повеќе, имаат луѓе што организираат и секако дека може да се случи да има некој пропуст, меѓутоа јас мислам дека фудбалот во Шпанија е апсолутен спорт и све функционира безпрекорно.
Y algo se habrá hecho bien cuando se gana, y hay tanto practicante y el fútbol femenino está ahí arriba, está muy cerquita en el escalón de los mejores equipos mundiales.
И кога се освојува нешто, значи тогаш тоа ти е додатен факт. Значи женскиот фудбал е многу покачено ниво и тоа покажува дека и во тој правец се работи во Шпанија.
Y yo no pertenezco a la Federación Española de Fútbol, ni al Real Madrid, ni a nadie. Soy un ex de todo.
Јас не ставам пред Федерацијава на Шпанија, ниту Реал Мадрид, ниту никого. Јас сум еден бивш, значи не можам да зборам.
Може едно прашање само да поставим.
Пори.
Прво, добродошлица за господинот Делбоске или колегата Делбоске во нашата република. Се надевам дека сите овде присутни сме посебно почестени што имаме еден ваков гости. Честитки до раководството на Университетот ФОН кој донесе еден ваков гостин.
Felicitación para los directores del facultad que ellos hicieron posibilidad para usted ser aquí.
Кога ми кажа вчера дека ќе биде присутен гостинот и вика Ѓоре вика
que el mister va a ser aquí.
Дојде Ѓоре вика така и така вика ќе биде Делбоске, викам да не е некоја шала, викам ти да не се шалиш со мене.
Cuando me habló que usted tiene que venir porque el mister es entrenador, que Del Bosque va a estar en nuestro país, él pensó que es una broma o alguno no está hablando la verdad.
И после неколку мои телефонски јавувања и кои ми потврдија свално дека е Del Bosque, со значи дека благодарност голема лично од секоја од нашата тренерска фела што еден ваков гостин е присутен и што мислам по моје едно фудбалско знаење меѓу првите 5 тренери што постојат во фудбалот.
Yo hizo algunos contactos con algunas personas y que me habló que sí, es verdad que Mr. Del Bosque va a ser aquí, así que gracias que usted aceptó para estar aquí y de su opinión que usted es uno de los 5 mejores entrenadores que existen en todo el mundo.
Ако не е задоволен меѓу првите 5, ќе оставиме меѓу првите 3.
Si usted no es tan contento con los primeros 5, puede ser en primeros 3.
Сега едно лично прашање, може значи и да одговори, сигурно дека нема да бидам навреден и да не одговори. Ова лично прашање.
Él tiene una pregunta que espera que usted van a personal y no va a ser problema si usted no van a hablar que su opinión.
Бидејќи ја пратам неговата кариера, не земајќи успесите кои имаше за репрезентација, што се стварно на едно високо ниво, ја би се навратил за работата што беше во Реал Мадрид.
Él sabe todo de su carrera porque es una persona que mira tu carrera como entrenador, pero la pregunta es para el periodo cuando usted fue en Real Madrid.
Прашањето е следно. Како се осеќаше?
La pregunta es, ¿cómo se sienta?
После освојување на Лига Шампиони на Ла Лига.
Después ganando la Liga de Campeones y la Liga.
И господинот под наводници Перес.
Y el señor, el Mr. Pérez.
Да ве викне и да ви даде отказ.
Para llamar usted y para dar que usted no está ya entrenador de Real Madrid.
Еден од најголемите успеси и доаѓа председателот и вика дека од утре не сте тренер. Ова го кажувам лично затоа што ја такво нешто сум доживел.
Después uno, el más grande suceso ganando la Liga y Liga de Campeones, el presidente para hablar que usted está destruido. Esto estoy hablando porque yo sentí en mi carrera esta cosa.
Значи дека работата е следна, значи како се осеќал и какви му се односите ден денеска со господинот Перес? Дали комуницира?
La pregunta es cómo usted se sentía en este momento y cómo están sus relaciones hoy con Mr. Pérez.
Bueno, vamos, primero...
Може и да не одговори, па ќе кажам, значи нема да бидам навред.
Disculpa, Mr. Del Bosque. Él es un entrenador y fue ex seleccionador de Macedonia.
Primero, muchas gracias por tus palabras y quiero, antes de entrar en esa última cuestión, que ya es más otro asunto, sí me gustaría deciros que es muy importante la formación del entrenador. Yo creo que si en España tuviéramos que simplificar los factores que influyen para el fútbol haya despegado, es la formación de todos los entrenadores.
Значи многу е важно во главата на еден тренер, без разлика што се случува, значи составот било составот со кој игра или составот за луѓето што сте тука, значи во главата е со кои луѓе располагаш.
A una buena formación de los entrenadores repercute directamente en los entrenados. Eso está más claro que el agua.
Значи еден добар состав на тренери, значи можат да направат, помогни ми го тоа овој звук.
Que influye directamente en los jugadores.
Значи можат многу да имат инфлуенција, значи кај играчите.
Sí. Y España, afortunadamente, yo creo que hay muy buenos entrenadores. Te voy a decir por qué. Nosotros casi no salíamos nunca al extranjero. Era una barrera. No íbamos a ningún lado.
За среќа Шпанија има значи многу добри тренери и тоа е докажано.
Y ahora,
Зашто бевме изолирани, останавме внатре во земјата. Много долго време.
Sí. Y ahora sale en la Liga, en la Premier, en la Liga One en Francia, en Italia.
Значи има повеќе тренери што сега веќе се во Премиер лига, што се во Франција, што
Y
се
muchos entrenadores anónimos, muchísimos entrenadores anónimos que están por todo el mundo. Y antes os puedo, asegurar que no salíamos nadie, no salía nadie.
И многу тренери што и не се познати се работат по целиот свет. А порано значи никој не излегуваше од Шпанија. Значи сега шпанските тренери значи се опширно по цел свет работат својата струка.
Y sobre la última cuestión, han pasado ya muchos años. Yo he estado 36 años en el Real Madrid, 36 años. Entré de niño y salí de director del banco.
Околу вашето прашање, значи 36 години бев во Реал Мадрид. Од дете бев, како многу возрастен излегов.
Знам. Прашањето беше.
Un poco de dolor, por qué no reconocerlo, tuve. Claro que tuve un poco de dolor, pero yo creo que el tiempo ves las cosas con otra perspectiva y como dice una amiga mía, o me dijo en cierta ocasión una amiga mía, todo lo que sucede conviene.
Значи секако дека имаше болка, Значи та одлука сега дека боли, меѓутоа со текот на времето се значи времето ги лечи раните, како што вели моја мајка, да значи
Tuvimos tiempo de ir a la selección, de ganar un
со
mundial.
темпото, со поминување времето све си поминува.
Pero bueno, yo creo que en el fútbol no debe de haber rencor, debe de haber convivencia. El fútbol es para disfrutar, no olvidéis de esto, el fútbol es para disfrutar y no para sufrir.
И не заборавајте никогаш дека фудбалот е за да го чувствувате, а не да патите. Значи ова не го заборавајте.
Дали комуницира со Перес?
Usted si tienen alguna comunicación con Mr. Pérez? ¿Usted tiene comunicación con Pérez?
No, no tengo, no.
А затоа не случајно го прашувам, затоа што знам после отказот што го добив, после неколку години
Mañana dirán el titular del Bosque, no, me has preguntado y te digo no.
Имаше наслови, значи Делбоски за мене ме прашуваме што за мене тоа.
Нема проблем, јас зашто го прашувам, затоа што знам дека после неколку години имаше, мислам дека беше поканет од раководството, посебно од Перес, да добие една награда и он ја одби.
Hemos estado un día feliz, dejémoslo que vaya todo.
Ова е еден среќен ден, дај да оставиме тоа да помине.
Немам проблем. Благодарам многу за одговорот.
Аградасите.
Би сакал да го прашам господинот Делбоске, после триумфот. После големиот успех што го имаше во 2010 и 2012, кога Шпанија го достигна врвот во европскиот и светскиот фудбал, што се случи потоа? Дали мисли дека шпанската репрезентација зошто не може више да го направи тој успех, пошто реално се гледа дека више не е таа репрезентација, и дали е потрошена репрезентација? Тоа ми е едно прашање, и второто прашање ми е кој му е најдобар шпански млад тренер актуелен во моментот?
Bueno, pues porque España no ha ganado. Primero nos hemos clasificado, ya hay una clasificación para Brasil y una clasificación para Francia. España ha estado entre los mejores, pero en FIFA hay 210 asociaciones, 210, más que en la ONU. Me parece que hay más asociaciones que países que están en la ONU. Y solo gana uno.
Значи најуспешна збореме, значи го разбира вашето прашање, меѓутоа во пред да идеш на европско или светско првенство постојат некои квалификации. И Шпанија беше квалификувана и во и во Франција и во претходното. Меѓутоа
во FIFA solo ganó uno, Portugal. Y claro, hay 50 y tantos países en Europa.
En FIFA, значи членки има преку 200. И на крајот само една може да биде победник.
He contado las banderas que hay aquí, me parece que son las 50 y tantas europeas. Yo creo que están todas. ¿Es posible?
52 се европски.
Sí.
Y solo gana una. O sea
que... И во европско првенство исто, значи членки на УЕФА. Колку има членки УЕФА, на крајот само една. И во Франција претходно кажа, не успев да ви преведам, дека само Португал беше освојувач, значи не може сите да освојат.
Seguramente haya razones deportivas para no alcanzar el éxito.
Сигурно дека има спортски причини за да не се постигне тоа.
Pero es muy difícil el cuantificarlas, no sé, muy difícil.
Меѓутоа многу е тешко, значи сега да го идентификуваме тоа, да го кажеме дека што е причина.
Seguramente uno de los culpables sería el entrenador, seguro, vamos.
Сигурно дека еден од кривите луѓе селекторот бил, сигурно. И el más joven entrenador en momento español.
El entrenador mejor de los jóvenes.
Uno entrenador español,
joven
sí,
de los
que ahora.
Bueno, yo no quiero pronunciarme, de verdad que es que no Os digo de verdad que hay muchísimos entrenadores jóvenes con una gran preparación, con una gran formación.
Искрено не би сакал да одговорам на ова, да спомнам некој име. Моје мислење е дека има повеќе млади играчи со добра едукација, со добра перцепција на
Млади тренери.
млади тренери. Safet Adem.
Señor del Bosque, ¿qué piensan ustedes de este mercado de millones de dólares?
Bueno, hay un mercado de millones de dólares y luego pero está todo regulado, parece que todo está en orden y que por lo menos la Liga Española hay un control ahora de la Liga del Fútbol Profesional y un control deseable por todos. Yo creo que siempre habrá ricos y habrá pobres, es muy difícil socializarlo, pero yo creo que tenemos que acostumbrarnos también a eso.
Значи, прашањето беше околу тоа што мислите вие околу ова меркатото, пазарот што милионски, многу пари се трошат. Одговорот е дека да, секако дека тоа е интересно, меѓутоа во Шпанија има лига на професионални фудбалери, на овие трансфери, све е контролирано, све има правила кои што треба да се запазат и секако дека постојат побогати и посиромашни, меѓутоа ние треба да се прилагодиме на ова се случува и ова е моментално тоа што е.
La realidad es que el fútbol es un fenómeno universal tan potente que muchas veces casi descontrolado.
Фудбалот е еден универзален спорт, значи што и не може секогаш да се контролира. Сафет?
Неколку пати спомнавте колку е важна атмосферата во собликуваната. Вие станавте шампион со Шпанија, у Шпанија голем дел се или од Реал или од Барса. Како тоа го менаџиравте и како беше да сте бивши од Реал тренер и играч, а Шпанија да ја тренирате?
Hemos tenido algún conflicto en alguna época de nuestro trabajo, en esos 8 años que estuvimos.
Имаше конфликти во овој период од 8 години додека јас бев селектор на Шпанија.
Casi siempre por influencias externas absolutamente negativas.
Меѓутоа секогаш ние успеавме интерно да ги решиме овие проблеми.
Pero la convivencia en líneas generales ha sido excelente, estupenda.
Pero
Pero sí ha habido un periodo muy corto de tiempo que con las influencias externas fueron absolutamente negativas para nosotros.
Значи, меѓутоа, глобално беше перфектно, све функционираше, имало периоди, значи, кога бевме кратко време. Знаат дека собирите кратко траат и имало такви моменти, меѓутоа, све како што покажа...
Поради надворешни влијанија биле тие проблеми.
Знаат, во Каталунија со Шпанија и сега што ве собир...
4 partidos seguidos, muy seguidos, Madrid-Barcelona, y eso degeneró en eso, pero afortunadamente yo creo que todos se dieron cuenta a través de las imágenes de televisión que eso no conducía a nada.
Сега што овие надпреварите се знаат, 4 надпревари се случува Реал Мадрид, Барселона и имаше и надворешно влијание и све тоа сакаш или не сакаш че ти влијаеше, меѓутоа значи генерално одговорот е дека во шпанската репрезентација додека господинот Дел Боске беше, тие успеело некако да не остават од надворешно да има инфлуенција во односите меѓу играчите Реал Барса што велите.
Tiene que hacer un entrenador joven para...
¿Cómo empezar a entrenar?
Bueno, primero el entrenador es por pura vocación, del que se hace los cursos de entrenador, es por pura vocación. Y eso es lo primero que tiene que tener, vocación y luego formación. Digo yo, que un entrenador o cualquiera en su actividad primero tiene que tener vocación.
Значи, секој тренер или било кој во својата струка треба да има, кажемо, вокацион.
Vocación es que Cuando empezamos éramos pequeños, quería ser maestro, quería ser
mesero. Значи треба да имаш тенденција, треба да имаш goals, значи кај што цел, значи твоја цел да има.
И инклинација према.
Inclinación, claro, y luego formación.
Como un entrenador ganaste los sucesos más significantes en el fútbol mundial, pero ¿qué fue su más grande decepción en su carrera entrenadora? ¿Fue algo con Real Madrid o con la Nacional Española?
No, te he dicho antes que yo casi no he sufrido en el fútbol, o puedo decirte que no he sufrido en el fútbol, porque lo que no podemos es llorar por cada derrota que tenemos. No podemos llorar. En el fútbol hay que admitir la derrota como parte de un juego.
Кажав порано дека значи фудбалот не е да се пати, фудбалот е да се чувствува, да уживаш во тоа и значи не може ние да плачеме после секој пораз. Значи
Mira, os voy a hacer 3 preguntas que normalmente hacen los padres y los abuelos a los chavalines jóvenes.
Ќе поставам 3 прашања кои што обично ги поставуваат родителите или дедовците за помладите, за
Cuando
нивните
viene un
внуци.
niño a casa, el abuelo o el padre o los padres le preguntan ¿cómo habéis quedado?
Значи кога доаѓа едно дете дома, таткото или дедото го прашува како беше, како помина.
Como si fuera muy importante. Pues no es muy importante.
Како да беше многу важно, а не беше тоа многу важно.
En segundo lugar, ¿has jugado? Segunda pregunta.
Второто прашање дали играше денеска?
¿Has jugado? Tampoco es importante, porque si hay 20 en una plantilla y solo pueden jugar 15, pues puede ser que algunas veces te toque quedarte fuera.
Можно е да не играш, бидејќи има 15 други.
Y ya en tercer lugar te dicen, ¿has metido algún gol?
И третото прашање дали даде гол.
No sé aquí, pero en España, vamos, os lo digo que es así, las 3 preguntas son esas. Y si no ha metido un gol, ¿qué pasa? ¿Que no ha podido darle 4-1? ¿O es que tiene que meter un gol para el niño disfrutar o que le guste el fútbol y que disfrute del fútbol? Pues no, a lo mejor no mete ninguno, no juega o han perdido. ¿Qué vamos a hacer?
Не знам значи како е тука, меѓутоа во Шпанија значи не може да помине без да го поставиш ово прашање дали постигна гол. Значи било резултатот може да биде 4-1 и значи не може у тој 4-1 да постигнат голови сите играчи, меѓутоа тоа е обично прашање кога секој родител, секој дедо му поставува на помладо. Значи тоа е како едукација, перцепција во Шпанија, не знам како е тука.
Son 3 preguntas mortales que no benefician en nada en absoluto a nuestros hijos o a nuestros nietos.
Това се три смртни прашања кои што можат родителите да ги постават на своите деца и тоа воопшто не им прави добро.
Господине Делбоске, прво поздрав. Ден на образованието, сакам нешто да ве прашам околу образованието во Испанија. Рековте во ваша Саламанка има само еден факултет. Во округо 45 км, 50 км во Македонија имаш 4 факултети за физичка култура. Како е кај вас односот теорија и пракса во Шпанија околу образованието на тренерите во фудбалот?
Bueno, los entrenadores tienen el conducto reglamentario de hacer unos cursos de entrenador, primer nivel, segundo nivel, tercer nivel.
Прво, второ и трето ниво на курс за тренер имаат.
Y yo creo que salen con una muy buena preparación, muy buena.
Има добра спрема за тоа.
En las universidades también se está trasladando, ahora ya no solo está bajo el paraguas de la federación, sino que hay otras por fuera en universidades también que van haciendo los cursos.
Дури и на универзитетите има курсови, но и преку федерацијата.
En fin, yo creo que la preparación del futuro entrenador es buena, es muy buena.
Јас мислам дека спремата за добар тренер е добра во Шпанија.
Сафет. Thot që ka disa shkallë dhe mendoj që dalin. Okej.
Каква е врската помеѓу теоријата и практичниот дел за едукација на тренерите?
es la conexión de la teoría en el práctico parte.
Sí, sí, totalmente de acuerdo. Pero totalmente de acuerdo. Si es que la práctica se sustenta en la teoría hay que tenerla. Es evidente que nos tenemos que mover todos por unos nombres en común, pero luego está la práctica, claro que también se enseña la práctica.
Две важни алки са фетце, вика, значи не може една да пород друга. Секако дека е важно теоријата, меѓутоа и практиката. Ако овие две ги спојуваш, секако дека ќе бидеш поблиску до успех.
¿Y sabes lo que es más difícil de entrenar?
Знаете што е по-тешко, значи, за да тренираш?
Lo más difícil de entrenar es el carácter, la formación, la experiencia del entrenador, la personalidad del entrenador. Eso es muy difícil, porque somos cada uno de nuestro padre y de nuestra madre.
Најлошо е што најтешко за да градиш кај еден човек е тоа персоналитет, карактерот, пошто тоа некако е влијание од родителите и значи во факултетот е малце потешко да им го всадиш и за да го имат во како нивен карактер.
Hay entrenadores extraordinarios que por su forma de ser son un desastre.
Има одлични тренери кои што по својот начин на работа се стварно
Y hay otros que a lo mejor tienen muchas limitaciones tácticas o técnicas, pero luego son muy buenos como entrenadores. ¿Por qué os he dicho al principio de las dos grandes tareas de un entrenador? Porque las relaciones humanas, el ambiente en un vestuario y las herramientas deportivas.
А има и други тренери кои што имаат повеќе мани, меѓутоа тактички или технички, меѓутоа пак не можеме да кажеме дека се лоши тренери, пошто порано јас кажав дека малце комплексна работа, многу е важно како вие успеете да контролирате во соблекувално и нормално како вашата работа ја правите во терен.
Si tenemos un chaval delante, yo le diría, aparte de lo que os he dicho antes, le diría, lo primero, aprende la técnica del juego. Sin técnica es muy difícil ser jugador de fútbol.
Ако имаме едно момче пред нас, значи прво ја што би му кажал е да научи техника, затоа што без техника во фудбал е многу тешко да успееш.
La conducta personal, paralela a las dos cosas. Uno es el futbolista y el otro es la conducta personal.
И втора работа е, значи, тој персоналитет да се гради, затоа што едната без друга, за успешен фудбалист, едната без друга не може да помине.
Океј, ако завршиме со прашања, поставете ги уште едно, две, три прашања, па да, ама
Ола, мистер.
Немаме многу време, веќе планирано беше до 5 часот, а веќе 5 и 3 минути. А и господинот е цел ден имавме церемонија, он денеска стана почесен професор на Универзитетот ФОН и ќе имате и следна прилика Today we have a long day and you become a honoris causa professor. No problem. Okay. Ретки се луѓето како него што вика не сакам да останам едно прашање неодговорено. Ама ве молам, јас ве замолувам бидејќи знам колку овие 2 дена имавме еден таков многу работни активности, да го поштедиме. Ве молам, еве последни 3 прашања. Важи. Фала ви.
Ола.
Пред да прашаш, јас само ќе му дадам збор на директорот на Агенцијата за млади спорт да ве поздрави и после тоа остануваме еден, кој беше друг 2? Има ли некој женско? Нема. Значи, 1, 2, 3 господино со ночарите. Океј, остануваме тука. А другите пишете, ќе ви одговориме писмено.
Добар ден. Добар ден и од мене. Јас прво ќе во ваше име, во име на целата спортска јавност, во име на сите спортисти и тренери да го поздравиме нашиот гостин кој што денеска не удостои, секако ни раскажа дел од неговата сторија и приказна и со тоа ни покажа и ни докажува односно ни дава дополнителна едукација за нашиот спорт и за развивање пред се на младите талентирани, но и пред се на тренерите, кој што е еден од важните аспекти во нашата држава. Јас нема да должам многу затоа што знам дека имате сите дополнително што да го прашате, сите сме дојдени тука за него, но сакам да се заблагодарам и на Фон универзитетот кој што и како вложува и во спортот, но пред се вложува во младите и во едукацијата, и со еден ваков пристап заеднички можеме да сме сигурни дека во нашата држава младите ќе бидат изведени на вистинскиот пат, младите ќе бидат изведени пред се и спортистите на еден пат кој што и како ќе имаат успех во натамошната кариера. Јас нема да должам многу, драго ми е што како агенција заеднички со Фон организираме еден ваков настан. Убеден сум дека и во иднина ќе имаме вакви или слични настани кои што дополнително и на вас како тренери, како спортски работници, како спортисти ќе ви помогнат да се развивате, но и пред се една ваква необична сторија да слушнете како еден мотив плюс за во понатамошната кариера. Уште еднашка голема благодарност за господинот Висенте Делбоски што е денеска тука со нас и што можеме секако да ја слушнеме неговата сторија и што можеме да ја слушнеме неговата приказна од блиску. Ви благодарам.
Ви благодарам. Значи, кратки прашања, 3 последни и ако господинот гледате да не го држиме повеќе. Ајде, повеќе.
Hola, mister. Una pregunta corta. ¿Quién es mejor, el Zidane jugador o el Zidane entrenador?
Yo le he conocido más de jugador que de entrenador. Aunque entrenador, evidentemente, yo creo que está representando muy bien al Real Madrid, lo está haciendo muy bien, encima están ganando, no debe de tener ninguna queja el madridismo, y como jugador fue extraordinario.
Прашањето беше кој
Además, aprovecho esta pregunta, perdón,
Прашањето на дечкото беше, значи, кој според вас беше подобар, Зидан играчот или Зидан тренерот? Одговорот е дека јас повеќе го знаев Зидан играчот и затоа можам да кажам како дека беше одличен. Меѓутоа, значи, успесите и одот што го има Реал Мадрид под негово водство кажува дека тој како тренер кај Реал Мадрид сигурно ја прави добро својата работа.
Entre otras cosas porque yo no estoy dentro del vestuario, que es donde se le podría. Y te voy a decir algo, os voy a decir algo. Creo que al entrenador le tienen que creer los jugadores. Si no le creen los jugadores, como dicen en Cataluña, date por fotut.
Значи јас не сум внатре во соблакуваната за да знам што се случува, меѓутоа треба да памтите една работа, тоа е дека играчите треба да му веруваат на тренерот. Значи ако не му веруваат на тренерот, има еден збор во Каталуња.
Y la última por mi parte. Ahora estamos en una época que vemos cómo los entrenadores corren por el área técnica, corren materialmente, corren de lado a lado. Si le abrieran el área técnica hasta el córner, y alguno iría hasta el córner.
Значи сега сме во еден интересен период кога тренерите ги гледаме све почесто да трчат по таа линијата, значи трчат цело време. Што не беше случај порано.
Y no muchas veces, siempre el entrenador debía hacer menos teatro y más pendiente de las soluciones.
Значи, според моје мислење, значи тренерот треба да прави помалце театар, а повеќе за да биде концентриран во своите солуции што ги има за текот на надпреварот.
Ya no digo más.
Јас. Се извинувам. Значи, голем настан, голем гостин. Јас сум фудбалски тренер на почетокот на мојата кариера. Би ги поздравил факултетот Фон и гостинот. Сите ние сме тука спортски работници на некој начин и сите прашавме така интересни прашања, ви сакал нешто друго да го прашам. Едно прашање.
Само момент, que usted estar aquí es un grande oportunidad para nosotros y todos estamos aquí, que los gentes que trabajamos en fútbol, así que tiene una pregunta y él es.
Значи да се биде светски првак, да се биде европски првак.
Para ser campeón del mundo, campeón de Europa.
Како на клубско, така и на репрезентативно.
Como en nivel de clubes y con la selección.
И во тренерската работа, како и што спомна господинот Џеро Евановски, имаме нели успони и падови, како и секоја нормална професија.
Como habló y Mr. Ivanovsky en nuestro trabajo como entrenador, tenemos buenos momentos y por supuesto que males.
Прашањето ми е во тие моменти. Пример, кога сум денеска го освоив светското првенство, а утре добив отказ од Реал Мадрид после успешната сезона, каде господинот Делбоске ја наоѓа својата инспирација за сето ова што го работел. Значи, денеска сум светски шампион, утре изгубив од некого. Секојдневната инспирација негова, лично, душевна, каде ја наоѓа? После поразите, после победите, што е негова животна инспирација, од каде ја црпи сета таа енергија?
La pregunta es si usted puede asumir tu opinión, ¿dónde usted tiene hoy usted es campeón del mundo y mañana usted está destruido. ¿Cómo usted puede dar a su propio para continuar, como para inspirar, para continuar? Porque tú haces unos sucesos hoy, estás campeón del mundo, mañana estás destruido. ¿Y cómo inspiras a su...?
Pues yo creo que, mira, yo tenía un entrenador yugoslavo que tuvimos, que era Miljan Miljanic, un fantástico entrenador, siempre decía, el entrenador es tan bueno como los jugadores que tenga.
Значи јас ти кажам една работа кој што го кажуваше еден поранешен тренер и тој кажува дека тренерите се добри толку колку што му се добри играчите.
Y como teníamos buenos jugadores, pues yo era buen entrenador porque eran muy buenos jugadores.
Заради тоа што имавме ние добри играчи, јас бев добар тренер затоа.
Y lo que te he dicho al principio, que he dicho, hay que ser moderado en la victoria y no catastrofista en la derrota.
Значи тоа што кажав порано, значи треба да си концентриран и да ја сакаш победата, а не да мислиш на пораз или каква катастрофа може да.
Y eso te lo da un equilibrio emocional, no puedes... Mira, me parece que lo he contado esta mañana, no sé si lo he contado aquí, que hice así con los puños, cuando metió Iniesta el gol, hice así con los puños, y cuando me veo en televisión digo, yo creo que me he pasado, que no debía de haber hecho eso. No lo entienden.
No lo entendí, pero quería...
Ha sido excesivo en la euforia. Todavía quedaban 4 minutos por delante.
Yo fui disfrutando su respuesta, eso me pasó. Una vez más.
Sí, decía que cuando metió Iniesta en el minuto 116 el gol que nos dio luego el título, yo hice así con las manos, apreté fuerte, como un gesto nada más, pero muy prudente. Y cuando me veo en la tele, digo no parezco yo, he hecho demasiado.
Значи вика момент како да ги воздржиш емоциите. Значи јас можем, викам, го спомнал вчера тоа дека кога гледал телевизија, кога Иниеста постигна гол и тој гол беше нели значаен светско првенство, светска титула, вика јас сум прел вака едно, сум се радувал и утре ден да го ја гледам таа моја реакција, викам не сум јас овој. Значи тоа е моментална инспирација, мотив излегува само од себе. Él habla como un entrenador tiene motivación cada día.
Yo creo que esa es la pasión que nos mueve. Es que el fútbol es muy agradecido, ir todos los días a entrenar, hacer lo que tú crees que debemos de hacer para mejorar, que muchas veces ellos casi ni se den cuenta de lo que vamos a hacer, que digan que por qué haremos esto, pero que poco a poco, día a día, entrenamiento a entrenamiento, vayamos haciendo que yo me lleve bien con Karim, que el doctor Karim, y me lleve bien, que fulano se lleve bien con el otro y que poco a poco vayamos haciendo un equipo. Eso es una tarea día a día, diaria, que muchas veces es imperceptible, que no se nota, pero que llega al fin y al cabo a dar provecho.
Како да ви кажам, тоа е некоја пасија што ве води, значи кон успесот, треба тоа е љубов према вашата струка и која ве води секој ден. Значи има некои тренинзи која во моменти не знаеш како ова ќе го постигнам. Меѓутоа, борејќи секојдневно, успејќи вашите идеи да ги вметнете кај играчите ама генерално тоа што го вели е дека љубовта и страста према фудбалот во овој.
И que todo lo que hagas cada día del entrenamiento tenga una transferencia para el partido. Porque se entrena, dice, ¿qué bien hemos entrenado? Pero no vale para nada. Te das cuenta que no es real y no vale para nada. Pues ese entrenamiento no lo puedes hacer. Tienes que intentar buscar entrenamientos que sean reales y que tengan una transferencia para el partido.
Значи тоа што се работи во тренинзите мора да има конекција и да има некоја конекција во тоа што го мислите, ваша идеја која ќе биде во надпреварот. Ако вие мислите дека тренираме нешто кое што нема да ни биде не ни треба во надпреварот, тогаш нема смисол. Мора вие тоа што го работите во тренинзите треба да биде како подготовка во тоа што очекува во следниот надпревар.
Pandev fue el que nos metió los goles, ¿no? El año
sí, él.
Cuando vinimos aquí, ¿no? Pandev.
Él fue, sí.
¿Los dos?
Los dos. Sí. Fue 2-0, después 3.
Pandev ги даде двата гола. Кога игра со Шпанија.
Él metió el goles también con Lazio ante Real Madrid.
Потом.
Последно прашање?
Mirë добар ден. Ju përshëndes stafin drejtues të fonit, i përshëndes mysafirët, i përshëndes drejtorin e Agjencionit për Rini dhe Sport.
Un gran saludo para todos, para el director de la agencion, para los
fond universitetet i direktorat na Agencija za mlade i sport, a posebna čest mi je da go pozdravam našeg gostin koji dojde od Španije i sakam samo jedno kratko prašanje. Da li od njegovото semejstvo, od familija Del Bosque, go slijedi njegovite čekori nekoj?
La pregunta es si tiene algún de su familia que está sucedido su trabajo.
Ninguno. Que yo sepa, no. Está ahí mi mujer, se lo preguntamos a ella, pero...
Тука жена ми може да ја прашаме, ама мислам дека никој.
Pero no, ninguno. Tengo un chaval de 32 años, a ver, 89...
Имам еден син од
No,
32 години.
87, 32 años. Tengo una pequeña con 26, me parece.
Имам
Y
26
tengo el
години
mediano,
керка.
que es síndrome de Down, pero que es nuestra felicidad y nuestro amor. Y ninguno de los tres ha salido jugador. Podía salir la chica, el chico o el mediano. Bueno, mentira, el mediano es el que más juega de todos, el mediano. Con su discapacidad, todos los fines de semana, pues el padre, como buen padre, va a verlo a todos los partidos, a todos los campos en los que jugamos. No sé si me
Имам
agarra
и син со Даунов синдром, меѓутоа никој од нив не, но сепак ги следела моите чекори, ме гледале и биле покрај мене, дур сум ги добивал сите успеси.
I on je to Polski.